I see a lively chat when I come in. I love that. Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're all having a chill and lovely Sunday. Reminder to switch over to live chat from top chat so you can all see each other's messages, hopefully. So we're here in Staxel, and we'll jump in as soon as I catch up with chat. I hope you're all having a lovely day for reals. We're here with Staxel to kind of conclude our last game, Minute of Islands, and go into the next game, which of course will be Aviary Attorney. Should be a fun and wild experience, a truly bird-like experience. Because as we know, birds make the greatest attorneys. Let me catch up with chat. Sunday streams in this economy, it's more common than you think. It's true. It's true. Everyone's always shocked. But indeed, Sunday streams are actually available in this economy. They are affordable. In fact, they are provided to you for what is seemingly nothing. However, if you do feel inclined to support the channel, feel free to support me on Patreon. Link is in the description down below, but only do so if you're in a financial place to do so. It'll help go a long way to getting me to make more videos and keeping the channel going. Bill says, watching from work. Impressive. Doug says, I've learned 2 things today. Typing can hurt your hands if done a lot. True, I have done so. Also, I can only name about 55% of Pokemon, give or take, given an hour. Did you take one of those tests where you have to type in all whatever number of Pokemon we're up to at this point? Close to 1,000? Do you all see the little emojis floating up? What emojis? Zero says, the lovely thing about salary work is that you get to do work even when you're not at work. Oh boy, that's so fun. I do not ill, but might work when the stream's actually live. Short says, bird is the word. Ill says, interesting, I'll get the option to click emojis when they float up on the side of the screen. Zero says, I see no emojis. Ill says, boo, all right. Objection. Shark says, Ill is hiding the emojis from us. Zero says, overruled, you're out of order. Sustained. I'm out of order, you're out of order. I don't know very much about court jargon. This is chicanery, scratch that from the record. Doug says, I've only ever watched one court case ever, so you all know what I know in terms of the law. Ill says, I call my surprise witness. Shark says, this is your Perry Mason moment. Zero says, court says we know them are dumb. Doug says, Tara really is YouTuber the way she's plugging so hard. I am not trying to plug hard. I don't even know what to say to that. What does that mean? I often forget to tell people to do the YouTube things like, comment, subscribe, and help with the algorithmic things. Call Tara an electrician with all the plugging. That's funny coming from you, Shark, who was plugging my channel more than I was when we were doing the Sea of Thieves stream. Oh man, that was too funny. What sounded like a rap? Also, there are 1,008 Pokemon now. Dear goodness. Dear goodness. What should we make as our object? I feel like the Omni Switch is the obvious answer. So I'm gonna just pull up Omni Switch Minute Island. It's gotta be like the broken one. Omni switch surrounded by mushrooms. Yeah, I'm with you there. We're still finishing Minute of Island. We are not doing Aviary Eternity yet. Was an Omni switch the thing that the person in that Mo used in Minute of Islands? It's from the last game, Il. That reminded you of the mushrooms remind you of the Badger song? Badger, 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 badger. God, that's so old. I feel old now. Ancient memes. How are you not up to date on the latest Anarchist Terra Chill Sunday stream lore? How dare you? No, it's not green tea, Il. It's Earl Grey hot. I'm predicting your question ahead of time. Alright, so the Omni Switch was like gray and it had the red thing, so how can we... Do we have any, like, gray metallic looking blocks? It says blue brick, but that looks gray to me, so we're gonna use that. And then we've got that, yeah, this digital target thing, which can be the broken crystal. And we'll just... a little Omni switch here. Also, let's make myself able to fly. That would be infinitely useful. I mean, that's basically what the Omni Switch will look like. And I do agree with the mushrooms growing around it. In fact, we'll have one growing on top of it. And that's our little Minute of Island. I think that does the trick. Doug says I didn't even watch for a year, and I'm already more caught up, shaking my head for real. Furfur. Lion Shark says next you're gonna say you don't know about mouthwash. Shaking my head. Can't forget about that 101 toothpaste. Yes, please buy mouthwash. Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag proudly would sponsor. Oh my goodness, there's little eggs. Okay. So, what do we build for Aviary Attorney? And do we put it near Frog Detective Island? Oh, is it that time of year? A bird. I was picking the eggs up bird with a gavel. Well, we do have bird thing already, and we already have a bird cage. Because we did a different game that involved those. I forgot about you. You look like a tree from a distance, and I kinda love that. Also, there's Frog Detective Island. Despite all her rage, she's just a burb in a cage. Phoenix, right? Okay, I'm gonna be perfectly real with you. I have never once in my life played a Phoenix Wright game. So I don't know what I'm getting myself into with Aviary Attorney. I will do my best. What in a courtroom? Blasphemy. What in a courtroom could we use as our portal? And do we want it next to Frog Detective Island? You want the gavel to be the portal? Okay, I'm fine with that. I just don't know how I'm supposed to make a photorealistic bird head. Frog Detective says a cab. And the courts are just the sitting cops. True, there's actually no prison in Frog Detective's world, so... And also, Aviary Attorney takes place in 1840s France. So, Frog Detective doesn't live there. Frog Detective would be killed and probably used for the frog legs. Right? Well, here's our birdcage and bird from our other game. A guillotine. No, I think you're about 50 years too late for the guillotine. In 1790s France, I would totally be implementing the guillotine. The bad room was kind of a prison. Yeah, but that was specifically invented by Lobster Cop. Like, they had to go out of their way to invent the bad room. This is not Aviary Attorney yet, John. This is Staxel at the moment. We're building our portal to Aviary Attorney. There's a lot of deep lore here on this channel. Basically, we build a little portal and a little totem to represent that we have played the games that we've played, and it kind of builds onto the island. But it's very similar to Minecraft. Bill said, I meant we're going to play that game. Yeah, we're going to play it today. So, a gavel portal? I'm trying to think of how that would work. Gavel. Let me pull up an image so I can just get it in my head. Alright. We got a gavel portal. We'll build it. It'll happen. Let's... I need a block that is more like on its side, the same. Like you. Rotate it this way. Simple handle. Don't have to make it too complex. And then let's use this. No. Maybe I need to just keep using the horizontal one. Let me see. I think I'm just gonna keep using the horizontal one. It'll grab the vertical one in case I need it. Do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. That seems reasonable. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of it having that extra flat piece, kind of like that. Yeah. You know, I gotta make that. That is. I feel like that hammerhead is too small. What do you think? There we go. Alright, let me come back in. Chat, hi. Justice scales. We could put the scales of justice after. Imagine having a death machine named after you. Bill says, okay, read that. Zero says, having a death machine named after you is a sign that you failed as a human. John asks, can you punch trees? No, I don't think you can, but you can chop them down. Bill says one end of the gavel is the circular part. Most gavels have two ends that are circular. Zero counterpoint Apache helicopters and Tomahawk missiles. True. Zero says, oh yeah, helicopters used to kill brown people, named after a group of brown people whose land was stolen after many of them were killed. Yeah, that happens way too often. Too much of the vehicles in the United States are named after peoples who were genocided. Many of whom still exist. But yeah. Shark says it was named after them, but not because they made it. True. I mean, of course. John says, I wish I could just build a house somewhere IRL low-key. I kind of want to buy a lot somewhere and put a container home on it. I get that urge. I do. Unfortunately, I've just kind of realized that it doesn't necessarily solve things to just run away. Zero says, personally, I feel like that's a military appropriating those names based on a mythologized stereotype of those groups, and I would be insulted if I was part of those groups. Yeah. John says, I wish I knew more about Native American politics, like the kinds of political systems developed in the so-called New World, what their political theory was like in general. I want to know more about the history of the quote-unquote New World. So I do want to just point out, New World would be a reference that centers the Old World as Europe and kind of is Eurocentric in a lot of ways. I know it's a difficult thing to analyze the different perspective in terms of terminology, but I just do want to point that out. Do we have a gold color block? Ah, something like this can adorn the inside of... Because gavels always have that, like, gold thing in the center. And then the rest of it's usually... Maybe I need to make this at the top also, that gold block. Kind of make it look like it wraps around. One of Zoe Baker's videos a while back talked about anarchist tendencies in some indigenous communities. Yeah, there's a good case to be made that a lot of European anarchism stemmed from an appropriation of indigenous practices. Zero said David Graeber wrote a little bit about the interactions between indigenous people and colonizers in North America in the dawn of everything. There's a video I have posted multiple times on the server that addresses anarchism's origins. Let me see if I can find it. Twin Rabbit, Stolen Anarchy, Playing Indian and the Roots of Collectivism. I cannot shout that video out enough. It is on the server if someone wants to go do a search on it and repost it somewhere. I'm all in favor of that. Excellent video. I think what I might do is run this down the center. Is it a decent gavel? Are we satisfied with this gavel? Maybe if I add like 2 blocks here that are like the grip. John says, cool thing about anarchism is people keep rediscovering it. Yeah, what we call anarchism is definitely something that has existed before and will likely exist again in some variation or form. I think it's a decent enough gavel. I think it does the job. Let's switch over to Aviary Attorney then. Let's head through our portal and make our way into the next game. So, fun fact, I'm glad I tested this beforehand. Aviary Attorney does not actually register in OBS as a game. So, that's fun. But I think we're done with controller for the day, because I think this is a mouse game. Let's pick up... Let's keep text speed there, because I'm going to have to read it. We'll drop music and voice volume down a little bit. Gangles, hello and welcome. Hope you're having a chill and fun Sunday. You like the gavel? That's awesome. Okay. We are here in Aviary Attorney. A gavel's what it is, a mallet. It needs a fancy name to give legitimacy to the court. It's the hammer of justice. Alright, here we go. Welcome to Aviary Attorney. January 1st, 1848. The Chateau Grenier of Baron somebody. My French is terrible. Is that Monsieur Grenouille? Oh, mon Dieu. My French is terrible. What have you done? A cat with claws. It's midday already. Where on earth is that Featherhead? They have too many vowels. Yeah. Being bad at French is anti-colonizer practice. I mean, unfortunately, I'm good at English, so... Hey Jaguar, hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Jaguar says, hope everyone's doing well, and I was lurking a bit. Well, your kitty in a box emote is still missing, so you're not technically here yet. You haven't popped out of the box. Jaguar says, I've served jury duty a few times, so this is going to be a little funny. Shark says, racism is bad unless it's the French. Yeah. Jalek says, I think the top left would be better for the camera on this game. Good call, Jalix. Let's move that up here. Boop-a-doop. Jaguar says, hello! Good just to see the kitty in the box emote. Jaguar has popped out of the box to say hi. That's why you need to stop being good at English. Unfortunately, speaking a European language, unfortunately, probably just makes you, good at colonizer speak. Was Aviary attorney some kind of ancestor to Harvey Birdman, attorney at law? Quite possibly. I was wondering if somebody else was going to bring up Harvey Birdman. Sparrowson, it's midday already. Where on earth is that featherhead? Well, well, look who finally decided to get up. Haven't you heard what they say about the early bird falcon? Too early for worms. Past the Cabernet. Yes, let's pass the wine first thing in the morning. That's great. Real leftists don't speak European. There'll be time for that later. We've got some business to handle first. Business? A letter arrived while you were sleeping. I haven't opened it yet. It's probably just more junk mail. Go ahead, Sparrowson. You may have the honors. Alright. Dear Monsieur Falcon, I am writing to you today because my daughter... is it dame in French? I keep reading this in Spanish. And it's not good. Dame Caroline has been arrested for a crime she did not commit. She is being held at La Concierge prison on the charge of murder, no less. Her trial is in 3 days' time. I would be greatly in your debt if you would offer her legal aid. Dumas. Yours sincerely, Senor... God, I keep trying to make it Spanish. I don't know why you all picked this game. It's the one game on the list that had French in it. Alex says, Caterline, Line. You know what? You're all going to deal. You're all going to just deal. Nobody expects the Spanish pronunciation. Well, we're doing trials, so nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Oh my goodness. Maybe it's Creole. That would be superior. It would actually be written like it's spelled. Haitian Creole is more functional, as far as I'm concerned, than French in terms of how it's written and pronounced. Okay, I'm just gonna try it. Senor Portor de Miao of the de Miao estate. Well, that is quite something. I know, your first serious client in months. Not just that, the de Miao estate is well known for its exuberant wealth. Il says it has all the vowels. It does! It does! Pronounce it like it's Spanish, coward. No. Even if we cannot do much for Dame Caroline, his lordship would still reward us handsomely for our efforts. Pronounce it like Brad Pitt's pronounced Italian in Inglourious Bastards. I never watched Inglourious Bastards, so I don't know what that sounds like. Wow, so I suppose you intend on defending Dame Caroline in court. Nope. Next case. Fine. Of course, it would be foolish to let such a good opportunity slip through our feathers. Grab your coat, Sparrowson. We're going to find our kitty client at La Concierge. Excellent. My derriere was getting tired from all this sitting around. Oh, but do birds have derrieres? Oh, but I better file away Senor de Mao's letter first. One moment, Falcon. Pertor's letter has been added to your evidence folder. You may access the evidence folder at any time by clicking the suitcase symbol. Ah, nearly forgot my wallet. I wouldn't want to lose that. Again, I recall you losing it at the New Year's party and at Christmas. Yes, alright, no need to make a list. Falcon has picked up his wallet. You may see how much money he's carrying at any time by clicking on the wallet symbol. Let's make a move. Welcome to the map screen. From here, you can travel to any listed area by clicking on the location, name, or location node. Areas marked with a clock symbol take a whole day to visit. Areas with no symbol can be visited freely. So we have the Aviary attorney offices. No cases too big or too small. No junk mail. Mark my words. The bird's up to no good. For centuries, the infamous concierge prison has detained the accused and the condemned alike. All birds are up to no good no matter what. Doug would know. Doug would know. So how does this work? I guess we go to visit the cat. Falcon and Sparrowson step into the stone-cold foyer of the concierge prison. Sullen-faced guards and visitors linger beneath the medieval archways. Oh, the concierge. They say this is the finest prison in the whole of France. Is it bad that I just want to give them all, like, Jean-Luc Picard-style accents because Jean-Luc Picard is French but is played by Patrick Stewart, who's British, and so I keep wanting them to have British accents but French somehow? Birds are real, they're a bunch of no-ass dinosaurs. Yes, you should that accent. Let me chat him and then pronounce it in Spanish. Just do some straight up Pirates of the Caribbean Spanish. We're going to the Isla de Muerta. God, the way they pronounce Spanish in that is so awful. The Isla de Muerta. John says I'm about to watch Picard for the first time after this. Have you watched any of it? And are you a Star Trek fan? Lemia. That's basically what you're doing with French. The outer walls are impenetrable. The cells are spotless. The guards are well-mannered. What you want? Good day, monsieur. I am here to see Dame Caroline de Miel. I am due to represent her in court. Oh, you're her lawyer, huh? Fine, fine, follow me. What are you waiting for? Keep up. Sigh. My papa hasn't forgotten about me, has he? Dame Caroline de Meow, I presume? You've arrived. The fantastic lawyer, Monsieur Falcon, and his petite assistant, Sparrowson. Milady is knowledgeable. Don't talk like that, Sparrowson. Sorry. My papa told me that he would only hire the best lawyers in town. Is this a point-and-click game? Yes. I'm flattered. It's more of a visual novel type game. It might be Jaguar. Oh. You see, Falcon, I told you listing under Aviary attorney would pay off. Let's get down to business. Caroline, could you fill us in on some details? Your father's letter was a little brief. I can do my best. What is it you wanted to know? I don't... I'm not an investigator. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just a bird. John says, I'm almost done with all of DS9. I watched Voyager 10 years ago, and I've watched all of Lower Decks and most of TNG. What was your experience with those shows? Which ones are your favorites, and how much did you enjoy all of them? Because Picard, I feel like if you enjoyed TNG, is going to taste like a slightly aged wine that is filled with nostalgia, but almost has no substance in a lot of ways. It's a good show, but it doesn't fill the Star Trek void, if that makes any sense. Not completely. I'm a fan of the show. I've enjoyed it. There's just a lot of flaws with it in general. So just keep that in mind when you go in. Jalix says visual novels are a nice way to tell a story. Doug says can't even investigate, and yet she's playing an investigation game. What's their alibi? Speaking of visual novels, I just finished Coffee Talk episode 2 and it was so good. What's Coffee Talk? Who was there that evening? Did you see? What happened on the night of the murder? What exactly happened on the night of the murder? Ooh, let me think. It was Friday evening. Me and my papa arrived at Chateau Crenier, the home of the great Baron Rogail. My papa spent all evening talking with Monsieur Grenouille and the Baron about business stuff. That's not shady at all. Business stuff? Well, the three of them own a railway company together. Kill them all! I support the workers of the railroad company. Everyone's guilty. John says Voyager's highly underrated, so is DS9. DS9 is my favorite show in all of Star Trek. Probably all of everything. Like, DS9 would be the show that, if I had to pick one show and could only watch it the rest of my life, it would be Deep Space Nine. It is such a good show, and I do not think another show has quite captured what that show has in terms of its commentary on pretty much anything to do with oppressed peoples, outside of, like, say, a documentary specifically talking about a specific thing, but, like, in terms of shows, especially in the West, that actually address the issues involving colonization and oppression, Deep Space Nine is definitely, like, one of the only ones that's ever done that very in a good fashion. Is Picard gonna make you cry? Yeah, it's probably gonna make you cry. It's probably gonna hit you in all the nostalgia feels, and it's gonna bring up a lot of emotional stuff. it deals a lot more on emotion and the exploration of the inner universe rather than the outer universe. Shark says Tara's gone full propaganda of the deed. No. That would be highly illegal. I would never condone such things. The three of them own a railway company together, so all through dinner they were talking about company shares and investments, but I didn't really understand most of it. But after dinner, this man with the camera took our photograph. That was a lot more fun. Sorry, man with a what took your what? Camera. It's a very new gadget. Tiny bug sits in a box with a tiny paintbrush and paints your picture very fast. Bug fables is real confirmed. In 10 minutes, poof, you have a perfect picture. There was a perfect pun there that they did not give away. Wow, technology is amazing. I don't think the lady's explanation is right, Sparrowson. Oh, let me believe. Still, the camera sounds like a very special device. I'll make a note of it. Camera has been added to your evidence folder. We just took a whole camera and put it in our folder. Please continue, Caroline. So after we had the photograph, I went into the gardens to get some air, and that's when I found the body of Monsieur Grenouille. He was all ripped open. A housemaid saw me standing over the froggy Monsieur and called for help, and then the police arrived. Before I could say anything, I ended up here. It was such a blur. It must have been terrifying. It wasn't so bad. My papa taught me how to be a brave cat. Was there something else you wanted to ask, Monsieur Falcon? Who was there that evening? Dame Caroline. Who attended the banquet that evening? Well, there was me, my papa, my dearest maman, couldn't make it. And there was Baron Roguile, who hosted the dinner, and his housemaid, Caroline, I think she was called. Of course, there was Monsieur Grenouille, well, until, he died. And then there was Monsieur Robito de Robinio, the man with the camera, but he was only there for a little while. I think that was all. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? Did you see anything suspicious? Dame Caroline, did you see anything suspicious that evening? Suspicious? Like, maybe a guy lurking in the shadows, or a bloodied murder weapon. Monsieur Falcon, I do not believe you are looking for an easy answer. You got me. I did not see anything, I am afraid. The evening was very normal. The food was delicious. The conversation was boring. It was all very ordinary until the incident. I see. Wait, Falcon, you missed something of huge importance. I did? Caroline, you said the food was delicious. But you didn't say what food it was. You and your damn stomach. Let me see. We had poached red herring to start, garnished with garlic butter. Well, that's enough to kill a cat right there if they were trying to poison you, madame. Cats can't eat garlic. Then a marbled steak, served perfectly bloody rare. Clearly, they were trying to poison somebody. Glorious, Falcon, write this down. What? This can't possibly be relevant to the case. Write it all down, please, for me. Fine, fine. Red herring has been added to your evidence folder. Bloody rare steak has been added to your evidence folder. Sparrowson, remind me not to let you talk to clients on an empty stomach. Come to think of it, I did find it a little strange that we weren't given any cutlery. No cutlery, even for the steak. Nope. You would think that the great Baron of Chateau Colonier would have gorgeous silverware, but there was none to be seen. That is a little peculiar. Was there anything else you wanted to know, Monsieur Falcon? No, I think that will be all. So what's the plan now, Falcon? The way I see it is we have two tasks. We should head to Chateau Crenier and try to see the scene of the murder for ourselves, and we should try to track down this supposed photographer, Monsieur Robitio de Robinio. 2 days for 2 tasks seems doable, but we should head back to get some rest first. We have a lot of work ahead of us. After all, going to visit this woman in prison took an entire day, and I'm done. I only work 3 hours a day, don't you know? Wait, Monsieur Falcon, before you go. You do believe my story, don't you? I believe in justice. I'm gonna go with the Odo answer. I'm gonna go with the Odo answer. Odo answer is not the ellipses. If my lawyer said I believe in justice, man, you're fired. Let me catch up on chat. True, that's how cameras work. Oh, there's a bug inside of my camera right now. Reporting direct images directly to you. I already answered the green tea question. I answered it earlier for you. It is Earl Grey Black. John says, I've had a crush on Kira Nerys since I was 12. I'm 38. Jaguar says, Kira's the best. She's such an amazing character with so much nuance and realness. She captures the struggle between walking the line of worlds and cultures. John says, Kira's a self-admitted terrorist. She's not proud of it, but it's something that she absolutely had to do given the fact that she was dealing with a whole-ass fascist occupation. She was dealing with a fascist occupation, and she did nothing wrong. Doug says, eating her blue steak. Jaguar says, of course her group was, quote, committing acts of terrorism, but the Cardassians were, quote, just occupying a planet. The show turns this into a great dialogue. It constantly addresses that issue of an occupying force and what people need to do to rid themselves of their occupiers. And the fact that one can have remorse for the violence they commit, while still it being the morally correct answer. John says the episode where Odo can't tell... Oh. Yeah, that's spoilers. Just gonna blank that one out. Nothing. I know it's an old show, but we actually watch it on the server, so I don't want to... If somebody could... I think that'll do it with Heart. No, that is not the comment I was clicking on. There we go. He killed innocent people for the Cardassians. Who, Odo? Odo was a child. I don't blame Odo for anything he did during the occupation. He was a child put in a really messed up position. Jalix says cameras are all operated by tiny little sentient bugs that pick up the pixels and arrange them into the image. Shark says Kira did nothing wrong. I'm gonna go with I believe in justice. Caterline, I believe that a fair trial can draw the truth from any situation. I believe in justice. That's good to hear. You're not wrong, Falcone. But that's not what the lady needed to hear. You might want to work on being less of a, how to put it. I am not upset at the results of that. I'll be nicer to the clients next time. I needed to put the auto answer though. I can't believe that this is in the game about birds. That word should not be allowed. And I'm not reading it out loud. It's worse than that word, Doug. It is worse than that word. I don't think we can translate that on YouTube. No, I don't think we can. If serving justice makes me... then I'll wear that title proudly. Dame Caroline, Monsieur Grenouille, Baron Rogile. These names are all getting a bit confusing, aren't they? Not particularly. Well, it is for me. I'm going to start compiling a Facebook... A Facebook? Uh-oh. We might get people who post right-wing information on there so we can spread lies. Doug says that concludes the foreign language swearing lessons for the day. So that I can keep track of who everyone is. A what? A Facebook. It's a collection of people's names, pictures, and description in one easy-to-carry catalog. I think I understand. The name could use a little work, though. Sparrowson has started compiling a Facebook. The froggy businessman who was found murdered at Chateau Crenier, a colleague of Purtor and Rogile. Purtor de Miao, the wealthy father of Dame Caroline. Purtor hired us to defend Dame Caroline in court. Quark. An ill-mannered jailkeeper seems to feel disgust for criminals and for animals in general. J.J. Falcon, the aviary attorney himself. This game is ridiculous. Falcon's suave and courageous lackey. What a handsome fellow. The elegant bourgeois daughter of Seigneur. They're the bourgeois. I don't want to support them. Seigneur Purtor de Miao. She has been accused of murdering Monsieur Grenouille. What's her motive? Like, does she... I don't know. Zara says, in before aviary attorney starts stealing your data. Sparrowson is Mark Zuckerberg confirmed. You can access a list of people you've met anytime by clicking the book symbol. Let's make a move. A new day. The game saves automatically at the start of each new day. Okay. But you can also make a quick save anytime by selecting Save and Quit from the pause menu. You can access the pause menu by clicking on the cog symbol in the upper left corner, which I am blocking. Is this just Mark Zuckerberg? John says, I tried to like Earl Grey for Picard, but I can't do it. I'm a mint cinnamon man. I'm an ignorant sailor who... what does that mean? I ask that you Google it and look up the translation yourself. Because saying those words on YouTube would not be preferable. Also, Earl Grey is actually one of my favorite teas. I have come to the realization that I like Picard's taste in tea, and I like Janeway's taste in coffee. And I'm sure I would love a Ractigino if I was able to get my hands on Klingon coffee. I just have a thing for liking the same caffeinated beverages as Starfleet captains. I'm surprised he didn't call it Twitter. That would have been funny. This was in 2016, though. Was Twitter really... Where's the proletariat when you need them? Apparently being, hopefully killing the frog. I don't know. What actually is a Raktajino? It's Klingon coffee. It is the Klingon equivalent to coffee. Which means it's probably made with slave labor. Because Klingons. So, like like coffee here. Doug says Tara can't enjoy a drink unless she specifically sees a Star Trek character ordering it as their regular. Do we want to go to the Baron's house and check out the crime, or should we check out the photographer? I feel like going to the scene of the crime is probably the logical decision, no? Someone made a recipe in real life. What do we think? Do we want to go visit the photographer or scene of the crime? Go to Crime Town? We're going to Crime Town. Falcon and Sparrowson enter the courtyard outside Chateau Criniere. People with dirty clothes and gaunt faces linger around the building's shadows. Excusez-moi, messieurs. I don't mean to be a pain, but my little girl and I are sick and starving, see? Cough, cough. I don't suppose you have to have some spare change. You have 20 francs in your wallet. What will you do? I don't know how valuable a franc in 1840 is. Give them change. I'm going to. Do I want to give them 1 franc or 10 francs? Give them 10 francs? How much is a franc? Is a franc in some way equivalent to a pound? What if the dead frog is Frog Detective's ancestor? You're a bougie lawyer, cough. What if I need to buy supplies for my bougie cases, okay? What's a pound at... No, in all seriousness, is a franc equivalent to a pound? Or... Like, what is... Bill your clients. Let's see, a franc in the year 1840. How much would that be worth? Yes, thank you for trying to convert Swiss francs to pound sterling today. Thank you. That's not what I asked. Google, you have failed me. $1 is $650. Give I think at that time a pound would be a fortune if the franc is equivalent. So is the... What I'm asking more or less is the franc the equivalent of the pound, or is the franc more of the equivalent of the penny or farthing? Like, in terms of British speak, are we talking about a scale of, like, the equivalent of the highest level of currency in France, or is it the fractional piece? Because I genuinely don't know much about French history. But I am gonna give 10. One franc is 100 centimes. Main unit. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jalix. You have answered my question. I just gave this lady a fortune. That was pretty generous of you, Falcon. Times are tough. Making sure mother and child can make it through the last of winter is the least I can do. But what am I doing standing here moralising? Come on, Sparrowson, we've got business to attend to. Falcon and Sparrowson step into the pristine wood-paneled foyer of Chateau Crenier. Whoa, look at this place. Baron Rorgile must be loaded. More than loaded. When it comes to lucrative investments, the Baron is a legend. Factories, chocolate shops, hotels, railroads. The Baron owns a little bit of everything this side of the sign. Is he here right now? Yes, he's the smug-looking chap with the impressive mane. But we must approach a man of his stature with tact and finesse. Hey, Baron, we'd like... How's that? Sparrowson, you have the finesse of an inebriated warthog. You can thank me later. I think I got his attention. Did I hear my name? Great Baron Rorgile, property owner extraordinaire, at your service. And who might you fellows be? More investigators? I don't think we should lie. No, we're attorneys. Not quite. I am private attorney J.J. Falcon, and this is my associate Sparrowson. Lawyers, eh? You know, you aren't the first I've passed through here today. Oh? Yes, this jumpy, twitchy fellow came by this morning. Asked a bunch of questions, then hopped away before he heard the answers. Most curious. Was it the frog detective? Do you know who he was, Sparrowson? Perhaps. I have a hunch. We'll be seeing him at the trial. A friend of yours. Something like that. What may I do for you, messieurs? Well, doing some research on Monsieur Grenouille, the frog who was killed here on Friday evening. Of course, such a tragedy. He was a good friend and a loyal business partner. I suppose you, messieurs, will be wanting to see the crime scene for yourselves. Actually, yes, that would be fantastic. Well, be my guest. You will find the garden where the murder occurred through the back doors. You may also be interested in the lounge on the second floor, third door to the right. Also, pay no attention to all of the people who died in the factory machines that I have. You know, that happens all the time. We don't count those as real murders worthy of your attention, though. That would be where we gathered for a group photograph prior to the... unfortunate incident. Oh, can we see the finished photograph? I'm afraid not. It is to my understanding that a photograph must be developed before it can be viewed. It's a slow process. My own copy of the photograph is to be delivered in 3 days' time. That's no good to us. The trial may be over by then. Nonetheless, we appreciate your hospitality. Thank you, Baron. No trouble at all. I'll be here to see you out when you're done with your investigations. So where shall we go first? I guess we go to the garden now. Jaguar says, I love the visual design of this game. Zero says, this guy sucks. Doug says, no lion who's chomping a cigar is trustworthy. This is a truism. Zero says, are all birds in this world lawyers? John says, what the hell's a farthing? It is an old school currency that is no longer in use. Back in the day, I think it stopped being used in the United Kingdom in like the 1960s. A farthing is a quarter penny, and then you had a halfpenny, or half penny, and then you had a penny. So the penny was actually divvied up into a farthing, half penny, and a penny. And then 100 pennies made a pound. It's European money and therefore irrelevant. Pay the child in petrodollars. Real leftists don't use currency. Jalek says real leftists steal everything they need to survive or barter with the shopkeepers for shells and sticks. Wouldn't that be lovely? Luckily, England isn't real. Yes, but the oppression that they imposed on half the globe is, unfortunately. Let's head into the garden. Dame Caroline said that she found Monsieur Grenouille on the stairs by the fountain. So this must be the very spot where the murder took place. Hey Falcone, do the crime scene investigation thing. The crime scene investigation thing? Yeah. You know, the thing where you get all evil-eyed and analyze every object in excruciating detail? Are you telling me we're about to Assassin's Creed this up? You mean search for evidence? Yeah, do that. That's not a bad suggestion. It wouldn't be the first time the Parisian police have missed something right under their noses. In investigation mode, you're free to examine the scenery of the room. Click on an item of interest and Falcone will examine it in closer detail. When you've had enough, or when you can find nothing else to examine, click on the X in the top right corner. Select an area to examine. This fountain is finely crafted. It's solid carved marble that can't have been cheap. I see nothing but water in the bottom of the lower basin. The shame we can't see inside the upper basin from here. That would have been a perfect place to quickly stash a murder weapon. That's actually not a terrible line of reasoning. We ought to wade in and take a closer look just to be sure. Yeah, I suppose we should. Oh, I apologize. I wasn't being direct enough. What I meant to say was, Sparrowson, go wade into the fountain and take a closer look inside the upper basin. Me? No way. If you want to go wading, do it yourself. I'm a respectable lawyer. You can't expect me to roll up my trousers and paddle around a fountain like a duck in a lake. Yes, you go do it, Sparrowson. Yeah, well, you don't pay me enough to justify getting my sweet threads wet. Look, there's only one reasonable way to settle this. We'll flip for it. Flip for it? Yep, I'll flip this 1 franc coin. You call the outcome, get it wrong, and you go for a swim. So what'll it be? Heads or tails? Napoleon face or plant squigglies? Plant squigglies. It's called a reed Sparrowson. Sure, I'll bet on the plant squigglies. Here I go. It's heads. I should have gone with the old Emperor Falcon. Psha, fine. Hold my shoes. Falcon really should learn how to spot a rigged coin flip. I almost feel bad for cheating. Almost. Ah, you're back. Had a good swim? No, I'm a bird, not a fish. But I did find a mystery item in the upper basin. It's no murder weapon, though. What is this? It's brown and sticky, and it smells weird. Don't tell me that you picked up a very wet cigar butt. But belonging to Baron Rogile? Correct. But that shouldn't be too surprising. It's his house, after all. I'll stash this in the evidence folder, just in case. Cigar butt has been added to your evidence folder. Is there anything else we need to do here? A finely crafted horse statue. The mane looks almost lifelike. Would you say it behooves you to stroke it? No, I would not. No, I would not. Select an area to examine. Another beautifully made horse statue. You know, my uncle once had a horse that refused to eat hay. I'm sorry, you're sentient animals and yet horses are where you drew the line. There are no horse people, just bird people, cat people, lion people, and frog people. Okay. A horse person would be ridiculous, after all. We wouldn't want BoJack Horseman in all this. England, you mean Turf Island? Yeah. Ugh. Don't get me started on them right now. Doug says getting pissed because some guy gave me 2 shells and a stick instead of 2 sticks in 1 shell. That's called inflation, bird. Zero says, you also take off your glasses and go, yeah? If only we had some kind of aquatic duck. Damn, if only. Why are there humans on the coin? If only we had some kind of aquatic bird. Do not the horse. Jalek says horses aren't real, though. Doug says true, if horses talked, they'd just be like French philosophers. Jaguar says, I hope they have more puns in the game. Yeah, more puns would be awesome. Eventually we realized that it was just filling up a horse devoir. Terrible. Selected an egg. I feel like that pun went over my head. Baron Rorgile certainly likes his horse statues. I don't mind the horse statues, but the little cherub people creep me out. Babies should be waddling, not attempting saddleless horseback riding. A horse statue. This one has a goofy face. This reminds me of a joke. A horse walks into a bar and the barkeep says, why the long face? Yes, we've all heard that one. What? No. The barkeep says, you gotta stop coming here. You're drinking us under this table. Thank you, Sparrison. Price said, imagine being a British aristocrat/bourgeois at the height of their empire. Just an empty-headed person living in a place like that, completely insulated from the horror of the empire. I mean, it's not much different from being somebody who's, like, wealthy and living in, like, a penthouse in LA, for example, right now, at the heart of the United States empire. These people killed 160 million people in India. Yeah, and, you know, it's disturbing how vile the British Empire was. But I'm gonna make a take that is going to be kind of... How do I put this? I understand how someone in the British Empire who lived in Britain, the average person, didn't know necessarily of the full plight of what was going on in India, far more than I understand people today, with the massive communication channels we have, not being aware of the oppression that exists globally. And I'm talking about the average person in the United Kingdom at that time. I'm not talking about, you know, some wealthy aristocrat who was importing all their garments from India, right? Like, I'm talking about, like, the average person. The proletariat didn't fully have a grasp, necessarily, on the level of oppression that was happening globally. I'm sure they had an idea of it. I'm sure it was talked about in some way, shape, or form. But we have the means today to fully register the level of oppression that happens in global capitalism, and we still relatively do nothing about it. So, yeah, I can very much imagine that, because that still happens today. Doug says, I think even normal people are insulated from the consequences of American empire, and a lot of them even support it. Unfortunately, you are correct. Shark says capitalism. I think it's time to rein in the horse. Select an area to examine. The stairs. Dried blood on the staircase. This must be where Monsieur Grenouille died. Do you see any bloody footprints? Ooh, or maybe a name scrawled in blood, written with the frog's last breath. Wishful thinking. All I'm seeing here is a big sticky puddle. There's nothing to indicate that the body was moved or that the frog left a last-minute clue. All I can make out from the bloody mess is that Monsieur Grenouille was attacked and killed on the staircase. I think that's about it on this area. Not seeing any other clickable things pop up. Think we're done here? Good call. But are you sure you don't want to take another dip? We still have time. Don't push your luck. What room should we investigate? Let's go to the main hall. Alright, we'll go to the lounge. Hello! Second floor. The third door on the right. This must be the room where the photograph was taken. Hey, Falcon. Did you see that? See what? Housemaid totally did something shifty. Shifty? I think she just pocketed something from that drawer. You should totally call her out on it. Excuse me, mademoiselle. Is she a horse? Because now I'm even more uncomfortable. Colline. Yes, are you two policemen? No, we're private attorneys. My name is JJ Falcon. I thought it was a giraffe. It's still disturbing. And the neck doesn't look long enough for it to be a giraffe. It's like that goofy Pluto paradox, right? Oh, how rude of me. My name is Colline Duat. So what can I help you, messieurs, with today? We're investigating the murder that took place last week. Do you mind if we ask you a couple of questions? That's fine. Let me grab a chair. I guess a giraffe is correct? Still, if you have giraffes, why do you not have horses? Do giraffe people ride non-horse people? Or do the giraffes ride the horses? Does the giraffe person ride the horse too? That's what I need to know. Jaguar says, I thought giraffe too, but I think camel, because the neck isn't long enough. That was my thing on why I thought it was a horse. Your average garment factory worker might support the Empire, but they can't do anything about, even if they didn't. Is this where is there something we should know? You were a little nervous when we came in. You thought we were police officers. Is there something we ought to know? Anything you need to confess? No, I suppose I'm just a little nervous after all the drama of last week. Are you sure there isn't anything you're hiding? It's okay to tell us. We're defense attorneys. That means we help people get away with criminal acts. Right, and... Wait. What? No, that's not an accurate job description, Sparrow. That's actually what I'm going to be doing this whole game. Isn't it? Oh, what do we do then? I'll tell you later. Honestly, messieurs, I have nothing to hide. Was there something else you wanted to ask? Is this where the photograph was taken? We're looking for the room where the photograph was taken prior to the incident. Would you happen to know whether this is the right room? Oh yeah, this is the place. I saw the photography session for myself. Let's see. The cameraman was standing just about where you're standing, actually, Monsieur Falcon. And where was the camera pointed? Right at the clock above the mantelpiece. The Baron insisted on using that very location. Now that I'm looking at it, something isn't right about that clock. I know, the painting on it totally clashes with the decor. I was thinking along more obvious lines. The clock has no hands. Oh, that clock has never had hands in all the years I've worked here. I think Baron Rorgile just keeps it around as a conversation piece. Well, we're conversing about it, so I guess it's working. It's a peculiar detail, though. I'll make a note of it. Missing clock hands have been added to your evidence folder. Is there something else you wanted to ask? I feel like I messed up somehow getting whatever she actually took. No further questions. Thank you, mademoiselle. You've been a huge help. No problem, messieurs. Actually, there is something. I know you two saw me stealing as you came in. I appreciate that you didn't give me the third degree about it. You see, I'm trying to save up to follow my dreams and, well, never mind, I'm rambling. No problem, mademoiselle. To be honest, we have a much larger crime to worry about. Although I should probably ask, I don't suppose you've been stealing anything else. Silverware, perhaps? Ah, you know about that. Yeah, I suppose that was me. It started with a couple of teaspoons. I didn't think the Baron missed those. But, well, yeah, I suppose the habit got a little away from me. That's one mystery solved, at least. Missing silverware has been added to your evidence folder. I would appreciate it if you didn't tell the Baron. He's been really kind, and I would hate to break his trust. I see. So where to next, Big Bird? I'm not revealing that she took the silverware. By all means, he don't pay you enough. Horse people are second-class citizens in this reality. John says, like most of us can't turn the wheels of history, these people were living at the very top with no idea of the forces that put them there, just accepting it all as the natural order. Worse yet, coming up with scientific reasoning as to why they belonged in the positions they belonged. On top of it, through scientific racism. I mean, you could say the very same type of thing about plantation owners in the South, for example. Like, there was a lot of justification and ignorance towards what they were doing and the full extent of it, because it benefited them. Like, I don't think business people in the United Kingdom, like, yes, they didn't know the full extent of it because they were separated by distance, but they knew what was on the ledgers. They knew they were getting deals. They knew that they were getting raw materials for far cheaper prices than what should have been. And they knew what atrocities were happening in their own factories. It's not like they were ignorant to it. They just chose to ignore it. Just like people today choose to ignore all of the incidents that happen. And the fact that we still actively have people on the books right now trying to change laws to actively make the lives of people living hells, and are actively starting to impose reduced child labor laws in certain states. Like, yeah, no, like, they know exactly what's up. Like, nobody didn't know, is what I'm getting at. Clock hands are a bourgeois decadence. Real pearls just look outside to time. Shark says, if you see someone stealing, no, you didn't. Exactly. I didn't see nothing. Let me rephrase that. If you're stealing from a corporation or such a thing, I didn't see it. Zero says, if you see a servant stealing from their aristocrat employer, no, you didn't. Yeah, I didn't see nothing with the silverware. In fact, we should all get jobs working for aristocrats and steal. Ill, thank you for the donation. Ill says, objection. What are you objecting to? Is the objection to my Earl Grey tea? Are you gonna ask me to drink, green tea next time? Does anybody want to donate to get me some green tea so when Ill asks if I had green tea, I could say yes? Shark says, if you see capitalists stealing wages, yes, you did. Exactly. Alright, let's head back to the main hall. Did you messieurs have a good look around? I trust everything was in order? We had a good look, thank you, Baron. But we actually have some questions for you. Please ask away, I have nothing to hide. What happened on the night of the murder? Baron Rogel, I'd like to ask you about your activities on the night of the murder. Oh ho, am I in trouble? That remains to be seen. Does it now? I don't particularly care for your tone. I'm just asking questions, Baron. If you have nothing to hide, then you should be able to give me a straight answer. Listen well, Garçon. I make more money in 10 minutes than you make in a week. I pay extraordinary amounts of taxes to the government, so that law lackeys like you can keep your cozy jobs. And yet you have the audacity to waltz into my own home and accuse me of being a murderer? Actually, that's not what I did, you little piece of shit. But, yeah, you know, we can't all wave around our finances. Doug says sending exactly $1 so you can buy the cheapest piece of garbage green tea imaginable. No, I would buy it in bulk because it's cheaper in bulk and then I don't have to pay as much money overall. Shark says, a rich person paying taxes? Say it isn't so. You have 10 seconds to get off my property, or I will ensure that the next trial you attend will be your own. Don't say anything. What was it you told me when we went in? Let's act with tact and finesse. Shut up. What was it you called me? A drunken warthog? I don't need this. I'm going back to the office. That was an extremely suspicious reaction. I'm gonna pin it on him. I don't care if he did it or not. I'm pinning it on him. So this is the studio of the famous photographer. Shall we knock? Wait, there's a note on the door. Ahem. The magnificent and marvelous artist, Monsieur Robitio de Robinio, is currently out on an artistic expedition. He shall return when his muse sees fit. When his muse sees fit? What does that even mean? I think it means that he's a pretentious bird brain, but in any case, the artist seems to be out. What shall we do now? We should knock anyway. Alright, I don't see the harm. Lion Man confirmed to be sussy wussy. Nope, doesn't look like he's in, Falcon. Should I break in? Should I commit a crime? Yo, I'm a lawyer that's gonna be put in front of the court. They're gonna catch me breaking in. Do it, you won't. You're a bad lawyer if you don't break the law. Alright. We should break in. What? Are you serious? Maybe? Monsieur J.J. Falcon, I would have thought that a man of justice like yourself would be against such reckless displays of unlawful barbarism. You're right, I'm sorry I don't know what came over. It's a brilliant suggestion. Stand back, I'm barging the door down. Wait, just like that, shouldn't we discuss this first? What in bird Jesus is his name? I don't know why bird Jesus is so funny. You said you wanted to break in. I thought we could find an open window. I didn't think you would turn into a bird-sized cannon. Well, now we're here. We ought to make the most of it. This place is quite something. It's very swanky. I was gonna say ostentatious. That's just swanky talk for swanky. We don't have time for this. The sound of a door being smashed in could be drawing unwanted attention. We should find anything that may help our case and get out. Select an area to examine. I see paints, inks, dyes. I'm not quite sure what the clear liquid in this bottle is. I could taste test it. You could, but we don't have time for a hospital visit right now, so let's not. Hey Falcon, look. What? It's just an easel. No, look at what's on the easel. Oh wow, this must be a copy of the photograph from the evening of the murder. There's no question about it. I see a housemaid, Dame Caroline, and I think that's Signor Bertoir, Caroline's father. So what shall we do? Do we just take this? We've come this far, we may as well borrow it. Studio photograph has been added to your evidence folder. Is there anything else we need to do here? A chandelier. You should get one of those for the office. I don't have the money for that sort of luxury. Photograph of a castle somewhere in the countryside. You know, I once had an uncle who once fell off a castle rampart while on guard duty. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Did he die? No, he got demoted. Did Bird Jesus get crucified by his wings? Barrison is the real protagonist. When he resurrected, did he have some holes in his wings? So many questions about Bird Jesus. Jesus was a phoenix. Oh my god, that makes so much sense. Terrible. This is a picture of a fence. It's a fancy photograph. It leaves the viewer defenseless. Out of all pictures here, I would pick it as my favorite. I'm done. No more fence puns. Barrowson is the hero we need. A lighthouse? No, wait, it's a man in a top hat. Actually, if you squint, turn my head. It's a black smudge falcon. I see a finely dressed dandy fellow upon a horse. I see a bourgeois tigress in profile. A beautiful picture of the Paris skyline. Given the angle, this must have been taken from Notre Dame Cathedral itself. A butterfly, or maybe a moth. It's difficult to tell in black and white. This appears to be a photograph of a ladder. Symbolic of climbing towards success, perhaps. It looks more like a stepladder to me. Oh no! We're not getting into that old argument. This is a tiny photograph of what appears to be a jail cell. That reminds me, how illegal is this? You know, breaking and entering, rifling through a person's belongings? It's cool, we're lawyers. A recently passed amendment allows for proportionate amounts of property damage in the pursuit of criminal evidence. I don't think that's correct, but use your legal jargon makes me have faith in your credentials. It sounds like you're starting to learn the finer points of French justice system, Sparrows. A picture of a sailing ship on a windy day. Alright, we should get the hell out of here before the Popo shows up. I think we're done snooping. Let's get out of here before we draw further attention to ourselves. Sounds good to me. Uh-oh. Oh mon dieu. What happened to my door? Some kids did it. Little weasel types. We saw them. Yeah, weasels. They were all like, let's break into this art guy's house. And we were like, no weasels, you can't do that because that would be illegal. And they were like, we chased them off. That's the important thing. Well, thank you, I suppose. Let's make a move. Trial day's approaching fast. Right, let's go. No, can we talk to him? Falcon and Sparrowson stand inside the marble portico de Palais de Justice, awaiting the opening of the Tribunal de Grande Instance. Are you nervous, Falcon? Yes. Of course I'm nervous. We're woefully underprepared for this case. 2 days. We only had 2 days to prepare. How are we expected to get anything done in that time frame? Calm your feathers, Falcon. We can do this. Monsieur Falcon, Petit Sparrowson, is there anything you need me to do? No, we've got a handle on things. Falcon was just telling me how confident he was feeling about the case. That's wonderful. I just know you two will pull through. She's rich where she'll get us a slap on the wrist. Let's move along, fellas. I'll be waiting for him inside. Do your best for me, Monsieur Falcon. We will. Are we ready? Yeah, we're ready. Alright, settle down, everyone. Settle down. Is everybody here? J.J. Falcon present. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Rupert Robington present. The ready is prosecution, Your Honor. Oh, darn, that's not it. Oh gosh, where are my notes? Huh, I knew it. Knew what? Rupert and I went to Paris Law School together. He was in all of my classes. Oh, was he smart? No, he was always scored the second worst marks in the class. I can only assume he bumbled through the final exams on the luck of his 2 rabbit's feet. Unless he's improved considerably, you might already have this trial in the bag. That's good to know. But say, Sparrowson, if Rupert scored the second lowest marks in the class, then who scored the lowest? I choose to exercise my right to not self-incriminate. Ah, here it is. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Are all the jury present? All present and accounted for, Your Honor. Hey, Falcon, I thought there were only 6 members of the jury for cases like this. Why do I count 8? Oh, those 2 birds with the funny hats are assessors, the associate judges. Everything seems to be in order, so let us begin. The court is now in session for the trial of Dame Caroline de Miao. Prosecution, please call your first witness to the stand. Oh gosh, are we there already? Okay, I choose to call the officer in charge of the murder investigation, Inspector Volerty, to the witness stand. Inspector Volerty, please approach the stand and recite the oath. As you will, Your Honor. I swear to speak without hatred and without fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Monsieur, Inspector, please state your, name and occupation for the record. My name is Inspector Just Volerty. I am a servant to the law, a scourge of the gutter rats that plague this city. So you're a piece of shit. Got it. I have enforced the law for over 20 years, and I shall continue until I bring the infamous Viridian Killer to justice. My path begins 18 years ago. Let's stick to the questions, Inspector. Of course, Your Honor. Oh great, I was hoping we could have one of those bumbling, cuddly officers, but instead we're stuck with lawful goody two-shoes. I bet this guy would turn in his own mother if he saw her littering. So, Inspector, is it true that you're the lead investigator on this case? That is correct. I was also among the first to arrive at the scene of the crime. Then perhaps you can walk us through what you witnessed upon your arrival. Absolutely. Just after 7:30, we were alerted and brought to the scene by the housemaid of Baron Brogan. At the scene of the crime, we found Dame Caroline de Miao. She was standing over the corpse of Monsieur Grenouille with his blood on her paws. Well, it sounds like an open and shut case in my humble opinion. No more questions, Your Honor. Bloody paws. Nobody told me that detail. Keep it together, Falcon. You're about to be given the opportunity to cross-examine the witness. That's your opportunity to find flaws in the inspector's testimony. Of course, I know this. You may begin your cross-examination, Monsieur Falcon. Cross-examine the witness to find flaws in his testimony. Select a key phrase that you find suspicious, and Falcon will press the witness for information. Ask the right questions to bring the truth to light. Avoid pressing for pointless details. The judge and jury don't like having their time wasted. Select a statement to question. We were alerted and brought to the scene by the housemaid of Baron Rogal. At the scene of the crime, We found Dame Caroline. She was standing over the sliced open corpse of Monsieur Grenouille with blood on her paws. This is where I feel like I wish I had Phoenix Wright experience. Because I don't know. But also, this feels like a very good time for me to take a break. Well, you all give me what you think I should say. Rookie blunder, not playing Phoenix Wright. I'm going to start a poll where you are all going to select your answer. I may not pick your answer, but I would like to see what you all say. I think I can just put corpse. I think you'll all get that that's the sliced open corpse. And as for a fourth option, blood on paws. There you go. There's a poll. Y'all pick. I will be back. And we're back. What did we decide? Blood on paws. Yeah, that's where I was leaning as well. Jury will break for deliberation. Recess time. Jury deliberation is when they decide guilty or not guilty, I think. Doug says doing anti-electoralism by not voting in the poll. That's right, you tell them. Stick it to the man. Am I the man? I'm the one who made the poll. When did I become the man? Quick, while Tara's gone, let's abolish the criminal justice system and the carceral system. I mean, if you all did that while I was gone, I'd be very, very happy. You're out of order. This whole damn courtroom is out of order. Flip the table. True. True. The court of law, as we know, is a political game and a tool of oppression. Really show them the checks notes, the gaggle of gays who play video games on the internet. Yeah, you done did that. Good job. Alright, so we're gonna go... Blood on paws. Inspector, you say Dame Caterline had blood on her paws. Correct. Blood clung to her fur like guilt to a convict. But she ate the steak. Right? Like... So, like... Whose blood was it? Ah, what a question. It was Monsieur Grenouille's, of course. How can you be so sure? I object. The line of questioning is absurd. There was only one murder victim that night, Falcone. The blood on Dame Caterline's paws could have only belonged to one person, Monsieur Grenouille. Yet Judge Falcone's trying to delay the trial by asking pointless questions. I'm afraid the prosecution may have a point, Monsieur Falcone. Do you have any reason to suspect that the blood belonged to someone other than Monsieur Grenouille? I do. Actually, I have more than suspicion. I have evidence that the blood on Dame Caterline's paws had nothing to do with the murder. This is foolish time-wasting, Falcone. If the blood on Dame Caterline's paws didn't come from the victim, then where did it come from? On the evening of the murder, Dame Caterline ate a bloody rare steak. Is this true, Monsieur Robbington? Well, in a manner of, speaking, I suppose the steak may have been on the, menu. Then, Inspector, would you acknowledge the possibility that the blood on the lady's paws did not belong to the victim, but to the steak? Well... wait. Don't answer that, Inspector. It is a possibility. No! You gained a little favor with the jury. So, Inspector Valerti, is it possible that you arrested an innocent bystander simply for being a messy eater? Now, hold on just 1 minute, Falcone. You're overlooking something quite crucial. Dame Caterline is an elegant bourgeois kitten. She was no doubt brought up with flawless etiquette and perfect table manners. At the banquet, she would have eaten the steak with a fork in her left hand and a knife in her right, like any proper civilized animal. How could she possibly gotten blood on her paws with such good manners? Well, that's a good question, or at least it would be in an ordinary dinner banquet. But as it happened, something was missing from that particular banquet. Something that forced Dame Caterline to eat with her paws. Dame Caterline was forced to eat steak with her paws because the silverware of the household had been previously stolen. Stolen? I don't recall any mention of that in the police report. We weren't aware of anything missing from the Rogel residence when we performed the initial investigation. But as it happened, Baron Rogel approached us about this very subject last night. Ah, what a twist! What is the meaning of all this? Bloody steak, misplaced silverware. Inspector, was your investigation so lax that you overlooked these basic facts in your initial report? Also, this is making me want to play the Phoenix Wright series. Doug said she was eating that raw-ass steak. It was, like, still mooing. And she was jumping on that. Maybe it was horse steak. That has terrifying implications given the world that this takes place in. Honestly, not really. Humans are animals that eat other animals. And I'm saying this as I'm about to eat chicken nuggets. Says Shark. True, but we don't eat other animals that talk and appear to reason. Lax, my investigation. Judge, I assure you I am the most thorough investigative officer on the force. But it's amazing that the Parisian police managed to solve any crimes at all. Heh. Oh dear. Be on your way, Inspector. Perhaps do a little inspecting for your next case. And Shark says, I don't know if I've seen a cow in this game yet. Fine, so be it, messieurs. Until next time. Prosecutor, I trust your next witness is ready? Yes, of course, Your Honor. I call upon, let's see. Monsieur Rabito Robino, the, photographer who attended the banquet on the night of the murder. Monsieur Robitio Robino, please approach the stand and recite the oath. How's it go? I swear to speak without hatred or fear, tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. It's a little cliche, to be perfectly honest. Could the, witness please introduce himself for the, court record? As if anybody in this courtroom does not immediately recognize me. I am the great Monsieur Robitio Robinio, cutting-edge photographer and visionary. I don't just take people's pictures, I capture their very essence. Je suis l'artiste. What is that word? I'm so afraid now that this game did what it did before. You may have seen my works in hit magazines like Le Branche or C'est Shoot. I can send you tweets if you like. There's the Twitter reference. We got a Twitter reference. It literally means pipe. Okay. What on earth is a tweet? Bird-to-bird communication. Come on, Falcone. It's the 19th century. Get with the times already. Yes, your works are very, impressive, Monsieur Rabinio. But let's get down to business. Could you tell us, activities on the night of the murder? John says it's amazing that this entire video game was inspired by an episode of IASIP. What is that? Very well. I was hired by Baron Rogel to capture the evening's events. I arrived at 7 in the evening. I pointed my camera and captured the beauty of the banquet in one fantastic photograph. Then I billed Baron Rogel and left. Like a true artist. And, with regard to the photograph itself, who did you photograph? Thought you might ask. I brought a copy so that you could all see for yourselves. Oh, very good. Let's take a closer look. My word, this is an exquisite picture, is it not? Isn't it? There's hands on the clock. There's hands on the clock, people. Why are there hands on the clock? In the middle, we see Baron Rogel, the lion who hosted the event. On the left, we see Seigneur Portois de Miao, the father of the defendant, Dame Caroline. And finally, we see the housemaid, Colleen Duat, who I suspect may have snuck into the picture uninvited. As you can see, two people are clearly absent from the photograph. The first is the victim, Monsieur Grenouille. The second is the defendant, Dame Caroline de Miao. Quite suspicious, wouldn't you agree? Just a moment, Monsieur Rappington. This proves nothing. So the defendant and the victim were not photographed with the others. That doesn't mean they were in the garden together at this point. Hold your horses, Falcone. I'm not done yet. The prosecution may continue. Behind the photograph subject, we see a wall clock with the time set at 7:30. That does not say 7:30. Oh yeah, it does. Now, why is that time significant? Well, as Inspector Valerti told us earlier, that was the exact time the murder took place. Do you see, Falcone? Every suspect has an alibi at the time of the murder, save for Dame Caroline herself. Now, Falcone, that photograph doesn't seem right. It looks different to the one we borrowed from Robinio's studio. I see it too. Our photograph shows Colline Duat, Dame Caroline, and Senor Pertois. But Monsieur Robinio's photograph shows Baron Rogal, where Dame Caroline should be standing. If we assume that only one photograph was taken, then this demonstrates that one of the photographs must have been edited in some way. You should just slam that evidence down and be like, bam, inconsistency, this whole courtroom's out of order, case closed. I can't do that. Well, I suppose you could be a little more delicate with your words. No, I mean, I can't do that because our evidence was illegally obtained. If I were to present it, Monsieur Robinio would ask how we acquired it, and the whole trial could derail. In a worst-case scenario, I could lose my legal license, and we would be arrested for theft. Oh, well, we don't want that. No, we don't, so I should tread lightly. Your Honor, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. Very well, the defense may proceed. It's a waste of time if you ask me. The photographs are rock-solid evidence. Select a statement to question. Alright, everybody, here we go. We're going... Let's see. I arrived at 7 p.m. I set up my camera and captured the beauty of the evening's events in one magnificent photograph. Then I billed Baron Rogal and left. So we want to question the photograph. Let's take a closer look at this photograph. I see a mistake in the photograph. Just to clarify, Monsieur Robinio's photographs are a direct reflection of reality, are they not? That is correct. The photographic process leaves no room for bias or inaccuracies. That's most curious, because I see a mistake. A mistake? Impossible. I just told you, Monsieur, the camera's perfect, unbiased device. The photographs it produces are flawless. Falcone, I'm not seeing any mistakes. Perhaps you could be more specific. Certainly. The clock in this photograph. There's something not right about it. Well, isn't that convenient? The defense sees something wrong with the key piece of evidence that implicates his client. Don't give me that cocky tone, Monsieur Rabington. I have evidence that there's something wrong with the clock in that picture. The photograph clearly shows the clock's hands pointing at 7 and 6. That much is self-evident. Which is most curious because the clock in the lounge of Chateau Crinière has no hands. It has no hands? The clock is merely a decorative piece, a talking item. Feel free to ask Baron Rogal or his housemaid if you have any doubts. Monsieur Robinio, how do you explain this discrepancy? I don't know. There must be some sort of mistake. My camera's flawless. There's no mistake, Monsieur. Your photograph depicts something that does not exist in the real world. Maybe there was an error in the printing process? An error precisely where the clock's hands should be. Please, Monsieur, don't patronize us. Allow me to offer a more plausible explanation. You, Monsieur Robinio, edited this photograph. Edited? I'm no expert, but I suspect you used paint or ink to carefully put the hands on the clock. It would have been a simple task, considering that the clock face was bare. One could even speculate that you specifically chose to include a handless clock in the photograph just to simplify the editing process. Falcone, your reasoning is absurd. Why would the witness do such a thing? Is it not obvious? By showing the photograph to have taken place at precisely 7:30, it clears all the photograph subjects of suspicion. In other words, Monsieur Robinio created a perfect alibi. Of course, this raises further question. Who is the witness protecting? And why? Was Monsieur Robinio coerced, bribed, threatened? Enough silence. Let's hear some answers, Monsieur Robinio. Fine, you've got me. I'm guilty. I did it all. You did it? You're confessing to the murder of Monsieur Grenouille? What? No, 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 no. I have no idea who killed the frog. I'm just admitting that I'm guilty of producing fraudulent photographs. I was ordered to make changes to the printed photographs. And yes, that included adding hands to the clock. You were ordered by whom? I dare not say. Monsieur Robinio, I strongly advise you to answer the defense's question. You have pledged to speak without fear, after all. With respect, Judge, I fear his claws more than I fear the punishment of the justice system. I shall name no names. His claws. Did you hear that, Falcon? That is most unfortunate. Monsieur Robinio, we cannot and shall not torture names out of you. We don't live under the ancient regime, after all. But since you have admitted to falsifying evidence, then we cannot keep you on the witness as a stand as a witness. Take your leave. You shall be charged with perjury in due course. I can't protest. That's the least I deserve for my failure as an artist. Good day, messieurs. So, the clock's hands were painted on. So what? It doesn't matter. The photograph still depicts Dame Caroline as absent close to the time of the murder. That's significant. Don't be dense, Monsieur Robbington. If the photograph's not completely genuine, then it can't be considered reliable evidence. Why not? It's still a portrayal of the night's events. Because if we accept that one part of the picture was edited, then we must accept the possibility that other parts were too. Is it possible that Dame Caroline was painted out? Even worse, is it possible another person was painted in? We know that the witness was trying to cover for someone, so all possibilities must be accounted for. So what are you saying, Falcon? That the housemaid paid off the photographer? Or was it Seigneur Pertois de Moi, perhaps? I don't think so. The housemaid lacks a means or motive, and it wouldn't make sense for Seigneur Pertois to implicate his own daughter. Well, surely you're not suggesting that the honest and beloved Baron Rorgile deliberately tried to frame Dame Caroline? Because that would be the most outlandish theory yet. The Baron is a pillar of our community. He would never do such a thing. Monsieur Robbington, I'm not here to throw accusations. That's the job of you, the prosecutor. However, maybe I should offer my opinion. Baron, it's not, time for your witness testimony yet. So you wouldn't think, prosecutor, and yet I see my good reputation getting tarnished by your incompetence. Competence? Indeed. Let us proceed with witness questioning. Is that fine with you, Judge? Yes, I suppose that's fine. Very good. And I trust the defense has no objections. No objections here. Fantastic. Oh, but before I forget, I pledge to speak without fear and prejudice, etc., etc. Now, prosecutor, ask me about what I witnessed over the course of the evening. Oh, okay. Baron Rorgile, on the, night of, the initial dinner went magnificently. When the photographer arrived, Monsieur Grenouille left to visit the garden. Dame Caroline followed behind him. Moments later, Seigneur Pertois, Monsieur Robinio, and myself were engaged in conversation, so we paid her no mind. After the photographer had left, my housemaid left to go find Monsieur Grenouille and Dame Caroline. That would be when I heard her cry for help. Thank you, Baron. I think we all know the story from there. I'd like to cross-examine the witness. You doubt my integrity, Garçon. I'm just here to uncover the truth, Baron. Very well then. Hit me with your best shot. Let us establish with absolute certainty that I, Baron Rorgile, am an honest man. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Alright, what should we be questioning? I guess the garden, right? The dinner went magnificently. The photographer arrived. Monsieur Grenouille left to visit the garden. Dame Caroline followed behind for a few moments later. My housemaid discovered... yeah, the garden. Baron, we saw the murder scene in your garden for ourselves. What's with all the horses? I want to so bad. I know that's not the answer I should pick. I know I should ask when was the last time I visited the garden. But for all reality, I want to ask what's with all the horses. Baron Rorgau, when was the last time you ventured into your own garden? As it happens, I have quite serious allergies. I haven't been in my own garden for years. Years, you say? Indeed. Oh. Oh, no. He messed up. We got you, Rorgau. That's not right. Baron, I do not wish to call you a liar, but that claim does not hold up to scrutiny. Oh, and why's that? Because we have hard evidence that you visited the garden recently. Boulderdash, my word is gold. Show the court this so-called hard evidence that I've been in my garden. This was found in your garden. To be specific, it was found inside the fountain basin. Right beside where the murder occurred. A cigar butt? That could belong to, anybody, and... Prosecutor, please shut your mouth. I can speak for myself. Okay, sorry, Baron. That is indeed the remnants of one of my cigars, but I must apologize, Monsieur Falcon, for I misunderstood your initial question. You see, prior to the banquet, I hadn't visited my own garden in years, but naturally after hearing the housemaid's cry for help on the evening of the murder, I rushed outside. I was shocked and disgusted by what I saw. That must have been when I dropped my half-smoked cigar in the fountain basin. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Bullshit. Sorry. Let me try asking that again. Bullshit. You see, Falcone, there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. I would find that believable if the cigar were casually discarded. But as it happened, the cigar butt was found in the fountain's upper basin, a location that could only be accessed with great inconvenience. And a little paddling. The cigar butt was not dropped, it was deliberately hidden. There are any number of possible explanations, are there? Because I can only think of one. That is, that you, Baron Rorgau, deliberately hid your cigar butt to disguise your own illicit activities. Did I now? And what illicit activities would those be? You want me to spell it out? Fine, let's put everything on the table. You, Baron Rorgau, murdered Monsieur Grenouille. That is what you were trying to keep hidden. Directly accusing me of murder, how shamelessly brazen. It's ludicrous accusation, Falcone. The Baron's an upstanding citizen of the highest order. Your allegation is baseless. You have no evidence. No, means of motive or opportunity. No evidence? Think harder, Monsieur Robington. Every piece of evidence points to Baron Rorgau as the prime suspect. You want the means? The Baron certainly had the means. The lion's claws are as sharp as a surgeon's blade. Gutting a frog's belly would be trivial to him. Even Monsieur Rarbinio confessed just moments ago that he feared his claws. Ridiculous. I would never threaten a man with violence. You want a motive? The Baron had at least 10,000 francs worth of motive. By removing a business partner, the Baron's share of his railway company increased from 1/3 to 1/2. This is preposterous. And finally, the Baron had an opportunity. No, he crafted the perfect opportunity. He arranged a small banquet with a very select number of guests. He was aware of the missing silverware, and yet he served steak, a food item that necessitates good cutlery. Why? To bloody the hands of his guests, of course. Then he hired an easily influenced photographer and staged a very specific picture in order to build a perfect alibi for himself. Photographing the guest in front of a headless clock to make for easy editing is quite an ingenious plan, it must be said. Prosecutor, are you going to let this slanderous yarn go uncontested? Say something. Object. Oh, you're pitifully useless. After executing the murder, the Baron found himself still holding a single piece of incriminatory evidence, his finished cigar. He knew that leaving it at the crime scene would raise suspicion, but he didn't have the time to properly dispose of it. So, out of desperation, he threw it into his fountain, out of the sight of his guests and any snooping police. I imagine the Baron was hoping to implicate Seigneur Pertois de Miao, since that would ensure total control over his railway company. Alas, Dame Caroline was the first to happen upon the crime scene, so the Baron improvised. This is an outrage. Judge, I demand you disbar this renting lunatic. No, there's only one outrage here. That is, that a man like yourself is able to abuse his wealth and status to frame an innocent girl for murder. You're a bourgeois of the worst kind. You tell him, Falcone. You're not just a bourgeois. You're a bourgeois of the worst kind. How dare you, Garçon? You had a nerve for a lying scumbag of a lawyer to accuse a philanthropist like me of something so heinous. I'm nothing like the fat cat bourgeois. I'm a respectable, hard-working... I'm sorry. Respectable, hard-working capitalist. It's a good joke. Good joke. Funny. Oh, that's funny. Hold up. Hold up, that's going on the server. I need that. Nope, that's not right. Fix it. Fix what you're doing. Oh, I lost the screenshot. Oh well. I'll pull it from the stream later. I'm nothing like the bourgeois. I'm just a bourgeois. No, you're a ruthless man who would slaughter a dear friend just to reap a few francs. You incredulous whelp. I ought to cut you right here and now like a damn frog. Bro. Could someone please restrain the Baron? I'm on it, Your Honor. Let's go, old man. To the concierge with you. Don't touch me, you filthy jackdaw. I can walk myself. This is quite a turn of events. Does the prosecution have anything to add? Well, in a manner of, nah. To be honest, no. And I shall now confer with the members of the jury to come to a decision. I ask that the animals of the court please be patient in this time. Falcone, that was pretty incredible. Thank you. I just hope it was enough. What do you mean? You just proved Caroline's innocence. We'll get a not guilty verdict for sure. Sparrowson, I think you've misunderstood something important about the justice system. What's that? I haven't proved anything. As lawyers, we cannot deal in proofs. It's just not possible. All we can do is organize the evidence and convincingly explain what it suggests. I haven't proved Dame Caroline's innocence. All I've done is demonstrate that there's significant possibility that she's not guilty. I'm not sure that I understand the difference. We have reached a decision. In light of the recent revelations, it is clear that an error of judgment was made with the initial arrest. On that note, we unanimously find the defendant Dame Caroline de Miao to be not guilty. Yay! Monsieur Falcone, Petite Sparrowson, you did it. We did it. We should head back to the office so we can celebrate properly. You did it, Falcone. I can't take all the credit. This was a group achievement. I'm so proud of you both. I'll get 1 bottle of wine and 3 of our least dirty glasses. You were amazing, Monsieur Falcone. Oh, it was nothing. I very much like the way you pinned the murder on the Baron. That was an act of sheer genius. I didn't pin anything. Sparrowson and I just worked at unveiling the truth given the facts of the case. Monsieur Falcone, there is no need to play coy. The case is over. Play coy? Don't tell me you're actually being sincere. I'm completely lost. Oh wow. I thought the goody-goody thing was an act, but you actually don't know. Alright, I'll spell it out for you. I murdered Monsieur Grenouille. I saw him in the garden, all drunk and vulnerable, and I seized my opportunity. It was nothing personal, just business, you understand. Business? Fuck. What? 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 So I'm assuming that the Baron was working with her father to try to off this guy so they could split the money together. I'm with Doug. What the fuck, Caterline? And Zero says we're damn good lawyers. Jaguar says I don't like this turn of events. I don't like the turn of events either. This is silly. Doug says I can't believe this game is making me hate a cat and a cat woman. Why is it always cats and women? I don't know, femme fatale archetype. It's definitely a stereotype for sure. To increase my papa's share in the train company, of course. My papa always said that the drunk old frog was the weakest link. Your confession doesn't make any sense at all. I found Baron Rogal's cigar butt hidden in the garden. Oh, I put that there. What the fuck, Caterline? I expected the police to find it, but I suppose that was putting too much faith in the brains of Paris's finest. But Falcon proved that Monsieur Robinho's photograph was edited. It was edited. I wasn't in the picture because I was busy paying a visit to Monsieur Grenouet in the garden. My papa knew I needed an alibi, so he ordered Monsieur Robinho to paint me over Baron Rogal and to add hands to the clock. But that lazy artist didn't manage to finish altering either photograph by trial day. It's a good thing that Monsieur Falcon was so imaginative, because that could have gone very badly. What's with the silence? You should both be proud. There aren't many lawyers in the whole of France who could have won a case like this, even for a bourgeois kitty like me. I think you should leave. Fine. So much for the celebrations. Here's the payment for your service, straight from my papa's pockets. Well, adieu, Monsieur Falcon. Adieu, petite sparrowson. Falcon, what do we do now? I feel dirty right now. Yeah, let's continue. That kitty's stinky. Stinky, stinky gatito. The Palais de Louvre. Let us be reasonable, senors. I am sure that this is a simple misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding. In the name of the king, arrest that Spaniard. Oh, yay! A fox among wolves. I knew Falcon wouldn't feel like turning up to the office on Friday. But now it's midday on Monday and there's still no sign of him. This is becoming a little concerning. I don't know. I probably should look for him. I should probably go find him. His home would be a good place to start, but the bird brain never gave me his address. I'll just have to find him the hard way. Hmm. Excuse me, Mademoiselle Duat. Down here. Oh, there you are. It's Sparrowson, right? That's right. I heard about the case you were involved in. I never would have thought the Baron was a murderer. He always treated me with the utmost respect. But then I suppose it makes sense that the most ruthless killers are the ones who can put up the best facade. Yeah, I suppose so. Say, how's your friend doing? He seemed a little down last night. Oh, you've seen him? Yeah, he was brooding in the corner of Le Canard Joy, mumbling and drinking. It was a little depressing, to be perfectly honest. Le Canard Joy? That's the dingy student bar on Rue Jean. Jean? Right? It's not dingy, it's just a little rustic. In any case, that's an enormous help. Thanks, mademoiselle. Anytime, Sparrowson. Sparrowson steps through the doors of Le Canard Jour, the dingiest student tavern in all of Paris. His nostrils fill with the pungent aroma of sour wine and bitter tobacco. Well, ruffle my feathers if it isn't little Sparrowson. I haven't seen you in years. How you doing, hun? I'm feeling pretty good, Madame Guanel. Thanks for asking. I'm actually here to find a friend. He's a big guy named JJ Falcone. Falcon? Yep. Sorry, Lump. He's been here all weekend. He's just been moaning and muttering to himself all weekend. Frankly, he's bringing the whole atmosphere down. I'll take care of him. Thanks, Madame Cornet. Oh, it's no problem, hun. He's probably still in the corner or drinking room upstairs. Oh, let's go to the drinking room. No sign of him. Mon Dieu. I almost stepped on the big fellow. Ah, Falcon, what are you doing on the floor? Falcon, wake up. Wow, the bird's completely out cold. He must have drunk of this place dry. Let's see, how do you wake a drunk person? What do you do with a drunken lawyer? I'm gonna pour the drink on his head. Oh, I guess it's time for a rude awakening. Wakey wakey! Ah, good, you're up. Are you with us, Falcon? Yeah. Feeling sober? We should probably head back to Aviary office so we can get some work done. I don't understand it, Sparrowson. I thought I did everything right. I followed all the procedures. I found all the evidence. I presented the case beautifully. And yet a guilty feline walks free while an innocent man sits in custody. What went wrong? Where's the justice? Sorry, Falcon. I don't have the answers. But what I do have is freshly baked croissants from Pierre's boulangerie. Croissants? Yep, they're waiting for you back at the aviary. I'm sitting here moping about justice and you offer me croissants. It's not just croissants. I got some pains of chocolate too. I could go for pains of chocolate. Fantastic. Then let's make a move. Alright, I admit it. These croissants are amazing. I told you, Pierre's Boulangerie on Rue Verte is something else. Oh, that reminds me, the baker told me something interesting. Do you know what they call pains à chocolat in America? They don't call them pains à chocolat. No, pronunciation difficulties. American is a whole nother language. You're damn right it is. So what do they call them? Chocolate croissants. Hello? Hey, chocolate croissants. What do they call profiteroles? Oh, those are still profiteroles. But rather than custard, they fill them with ice cream and smother them in melted chocolate. Simply outstanding. Is this Aviary attorney? Can I speak to someone, please? What do they call crepes? Excuse me. Did you hear something, Sparrowson? Down here. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. What can I do for you, little one? Oh gosh, where to start? Your name, perhaps? Mousy. My name is Mousy. What can I do for you, Monsieur Mousy? I have this friend, and he's fallen under some legal turbulence. Legal turbulence? You mean he's been arrested? Yes, I suppose. They're saying he's a murderer, but he didn't do it. He didn't do it. That's quite a problem. I know. Oh, but I forgot to mention, he's the Prince of Spain. Prince of Spain? And you didn't think that was worth mentioning from the start? I forgot. I must ask, Mousy. Did you come to us? Why did you come to us? I would have thought that the Spanish royal family would hire legal counsel with a little more... not terribleness? Expertise. Oh, the prince has great faith in your lawyering skills, Monsieur Falcon. He said your reputation as a lawyer was renowned. Really, the prince said that. This is a great opportunity, Falcon. Surely you wouldn't deny a request from the Prince of Spain. Of course not. We'll take the case. Grab your coat, Sparrowson. We have royalty to defend. That's the spirit. Good luck to you, messieurs. You aren't coming with us, Mousy. I have other matters to attend to. But Prince Juan is being... Could you come up with a more stereotypical name than Prince Juan? Is being held in the concierge. I'm sure he will fill in all the details. Alright, let's make a move then. Well, let's head to the concierge. Oh, it's you two again. Nice work on Lady Kitten's trial. Baron Rorgile's pacing around a cell right now, ranting about wringing your neck. Yeah, I'm not surprised. He's super mad, but hey, a criminal's a criminal, right? If the lion didn't want a death sentence, he probably shouldn't have killed the guy. Oh, you're not here to defend him, are you? Because that'd be hilarious. We're actually here to see Prince Juan Guerrero, heir to the throne of Spain. The mouthy fox, huh? The guy's driving me nuts with his senores and his flamboyant attitude. I say the sooner he hangs, the better. Now I want pastries, says Jackor. Oh, the talk of pastries was nice. Now I want pastries as well. And Zero says I would have chosen meh. John says, we're doing effective altruism here. We'll get murderers off scot-free for profit and then hand out charity 10 francs at a time. Well, I mean, it's not like... Look, to be fair, I'm just gonna put it out there. As much as we're all upset with the cat lady, she killed another bourgeois. It's not like she was torturing the proletariat. She was just doing our work for us. Yes, to her own selfish ends. Did we lose anything of value today? Also, our hourly rate definitely went up before defending royalty. Bourgeois infighting, for real. I mean, What happened with Caterline is that two bourgeois are going to die because of her. Well, come on then, while we're young. Let me guess you're reading Don Quixote. The Prince of Spain, I presume? This music! Indeed, I am Juan Querido, heir to the throne of España, and you must be the legendary lawyer, Senor J.J. Falcon. Well, I wouldn't say legendary. I wouldn't even say notable. Such humility. I would expect nothing less from renowned individuals such as yourselves. How is my lisp? I am not doing enough of, I am not doing enough of a lisp. But let us get down to business. I trust my compañero Masti explained the situation. He told us that you have been accused of murder. Oh, sorry, that's Falcon. He told us that you've been accused of murder, but we need some further details before we can start our investigation. Ah, of course. What is it you wanted to know? I'm going with the straight Antonio Banderas voice. Like, I don't even know. Okay. Falcon speaks in a Spanish accent, confirmed. Oh, man. Tell us about the murder. To be honest, Prince Juan, I'm confused as how a member of royalty could get into so much trouble. You have no idea. Also, Jalix, how is he awesome? You know nothing about him. He's a fox in a hat, and he's royalty. To be honest, Prince Juan, I'm a little confused. Okay. Could you walk us through how your activities on the day of the murder? Of course. Let me see, where to begin? It was cold and misty morning on the 6th of January. I had heard of King Louis Philippe was unveiling a new painting at the Palais de Louvre, and I wished to meet the man himself. So after a brief stroll and a picnic in Dolores' garden, I entered the palace. I found the royal entourage in the Louvre's Grand Gallery, and when I saw an opportunity, I presented a humble gift to the king. A rose, an international symbol of passion and virtue. How romantic. But before the king could take it was a rather rude person snatched it from my fingers. It was a royal guard, a dog by the name of Major Howe. A dog named Major Howe? Jalix says, I don't know, I like his vibe. Doug says, to be fair, for furries, that's like the peak of character design. But yeah, all royals are bastards. Basically, it's furry bait. It really is. Listen. Don't judge a book by its cover, and don't judge a fox by its fur. Quote me right now. This guy does not necessarily give me trustworthy vibes, okay? I don't care how much of a cute fox you think he is, Jalix. I don't trust him. He's royal. John says I'm no furry, but if I was in this universe, I'd bite. I'm sure he'd bite back too. Ouch, cried out Major Hob. I have pricked myself upon the thorns of this dastardly flower. And then the Major slumped to the floor. His face turned blue, his mouth frothed, and then he died. He died straight away after being pricked. No. Straight away, senor. It's obvious that the pricked finger was the cause of death, but I don't know of any poison that acts so fast. Nor do I, Senor Falcon, but clearly the police felt that poison upon the rose's thorns was the only logical explanation. And so, with so many witnesses, even the king himself, what could I say to defend myself? So where did this rose come from? Shark, don't quoted me, "Don't trust a book by its cover and don't judge a fox by its fur." John says, Jalix. And you know what, Jalix? People don't wear enough hats anymore. I mean, that's true. Though if you want to see me wearing a pirate hat, check out the Sea of Community stream that we put out recently. And what we'll be doing on Fridays, hopefully in the near future. So where did this rose come from? I acquired it from a beautiful Parisian flower seller at Les Halles Market. A girl by the name of Catherine Marie Signe? But surely you're not suggesting that the flower girl applied the poison herself, Senor Falcon. Well, I'm not making any accusations yet. I'm just planning to explore every line of inquiry. Poisoned rose has been added to your evidence folder. Did you want something else, Senor Falcon? Why are you in Paris? Why did you come to Paris, Prince Juan? I was on a diplomatic mission. I do not know whether you are familiar with current events, but you may have heard that my country is in a state of turmoil. Contenders for the Spanish throne are slandering, plotting, backstabbing. It's chaos and people are suffering. So I thought, if I can befriend some French royalty, perhaps even the king himself, maybe I can strengthen my family's name. With the Querido dynasty restored, I would have a chance at bringing peace to my beautiful nation. Well, I guess that plan's gone out the window. Barrison, don't be rude. No, he's right. I failed terribly. Don't fret, Prince Juan. We'll do everything in our power to clear your name. Maybe once the dust settles, you can have another opportunity to speak with the king. Senor Falcon, I am sure you will do your best. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? What were you reading? Before we so rudely interrupted. This book. It is a I called it! I called it! This book. It is a Spanish classic. Don Quixote de la Mancha. Do you know it? I have indeed read it. It's a strange story. I don't know whether I'm supposed to be laughing or crying over the hero's misadventures. Indeed, it is easy to read the book as a comedy, but when I look around, I can't help but see all the people who think themselves as knights. I have no idea what you two are prattling on about. Not a book lover, Senor Sparrowson? I dabble, just most of my reading material tends to be on the lighter side. Nice and pulpy. I see. Well, how about this? Senor Sparrowson, I will lend you this book. Maybe you will have a chance to read it, and then you will be able to join in our conversation. Thank you, I will keep it in my bathroom. For toilet reading material, of course. El ingenioso hidalgo Don Quixote de la Mancha has been added to your evidence folder. Ingenioso. Was there anything else you wanted to know? No, I think that's everything, thank you. What's the plan, Big Bird? Well, we have 2 lines of inquiry. We should head to the scene of crime at Paris des Louvres and see if we can find any clues or witnesses, and we should interview the flower girl in Les Halles Market to see if she has anything to say about this alleged poisoned rose. 2 tasks spread over for 6 days? That almost sounds too easy. Let's not get complacent. Good luck, senores. Reading is for squares, I agree. We get it, you're Spanish. Yes, there's nothing more Spanish than being a fox with a hat who reads Don Quixote. Wait a minute, Falcon. What is it? Did something seem off about Prince Juan to you? Yeah, apparently he seemed really nice to people in my chat. Like, really nice. Like, maybe even too nice. He did not seem nice. He seemed off. I'm gonna go with he's quite a character. We need some native speakers to make a tally for every time Tara mispronounces something. Please don't. Please don't do that. 8 people are watching and 2 people were horny for him. That means 25% of Anarchist Terra's audience is improving. Listen, I'm gonna go with he's quite a character. He seemed very off to me. Also, in terms of the mispronunciation, many of the French words I mispronounced fine. That's definitely a thing. Um, I don't know how to speak French, and I'm not going to learn anytime soon. I have other languages that I would prefer to learn if I were to spend time there. The true centrism? No, you know what? Because you said that, Jalix, I'm gonna say he seemed off. There's a large overlap between furries and anarchists, apparently. My favorite jokes that I make are the ones that just leave a person speechless. So true, Zara. So true. Well, then don't pull some centrist thing. He seemed colorful to me, throwing roses, spouting about literature. Once one suave Spaniard. Maybe I misread him. Well, look. If this is bothering you, then we could always ask around. Maybe someone in the city knows one's dirty secrets. If he actually has anything to hide, that is. Yeah, let's go dig up the dirt. But we've got our trial to prepare for. Priorities, Sparrowson. A new day. I think we're gonna go to find out about the flowers. Because that seems like the obvious place to go. The pair arrive at the Holland market. Vendors and buskers, performers and thieves, bourgeois and peasants all bustle from place to place. Prince Juan said that he met a flower girl here. Signe, I think he said her name was. There's a swan with flowers over there. Do you think that's her? I think so. It's possible that she knows the murderer, or even that she is the murderer herself. So we should probably act with tact and finesse. Excuse me, Mademoiselle Flower Lady. We would like a word. Tact, Sparrows, and tact. We've been over this. Doug, what the fuck are you talking about? They say while laughing. Love it. Doug, also, to be honest, Tara's been pretty okay at pronouncing the French words, I'm pretty sure. Listen, for someone who doesn't know French and doesn't know French pronunciations, I think I've been doing a decent job. Good day, messieurs. Are you interested in purchasing a flower? Yes, I wish to purchase a rose from a lady. Milady. No, I'm picturing the fedora meme. Oh my god. He said milady. We should go all Quebecois in our pronunciation. Like, still a lot wrong, but not as bad as plenty of people. Yeah, that I think that's fair. And also, I'm having to switch back and forth between French, Spanish, and English right now, and that's making it infinitely harder. Because I don't care how good you are at speaking languages, having to constantly switch between 2 or 3 languages in the middle of a conversation, unless you're like straight up fluent in Spanglish, like that can be very difficult. Because the inflections and the mouth movements are so drastically different, but especially between, like, say, French and English or Spanish and English. Spanish and French also, actually. But yeah. Milady. Oh my goodness. Doug says I watched a movie with a close friend that was in French, but it had Spanish subtitles. Most exhausting experience of movie watching I've ever had. Now I want to do that with a movie in Spanish with French subtitles to help improve my French. That would probably be really good. I'm afraid I'm out of roses. I sold my last one a week ago. Perhaps you'd be satisfied with a chrysanthemum instead. She's a beautiful flower from a fair maiden. Please don't mind Sparrowson. He fell out of his nest as a baby. And has said dumb things ever since. Hey, let me introduce myself. I am J.J. Falcone, defense attorney. Are you Mademoiselle Signe? That's right, Catherine Marie Signe. I suppose you're here to ask about the royal assassination attempt? How'd you know? I'm no fool, monsieur. I know that a rose I sold was used as the murder weapon. To be honest, I'm surprised it's taken so long for someone to directly question me. The Parisian police seem to have a habit of missing obvious leads. So, do you mind if we ask you a couple of questions? Business is slow. Please ask away. I guess, where do you get your flowers from? That makes sense to me. Where do you acquire your flower from, if I may ask? Normally I gather them from the wild. Last week I found these chrysanthemums on the city limits. And that's the same place I discovered this monk's hood. But since it's still winter, I have to buy a lot of my flowers from a merchant who travel to Italy and the Netherlands. That's how I acquired the rose. What can you tell us about this particular merchant? Not a lot, monsieur. He's just an old man who passed through Paris a few times a year selling his goods and wares. I see. No chance of him being a super secret assassin. No, monsieur. Did you want something else? Who bought your last rose? You mentioned you sold the last rose a week ago. Who did you sell it to? Person who bought the rose. I didn't catch his name, but he was a charming red fox. Sounds like our one. I met him around a week ago on the 6th. We talked for a little while about the usual things, like how everyone seems to be in debt these days. Then he bought a rose and left. I hear that the fox is on trial, but to be honest, monsieur, I don't think he's guilty. Oh? Why is that? Well... Actually, never mind. It's just a gut feeling. Hmm. My gut is telling me to ease off at this point. I understand, mademoiselle. If you remember anything specific, please don't hesitate to get in contact with us. Did you want anything else? That's all. Thank you for your time, mademoiselle. Hold on, monsieur. Before you leave, are you sure you don't want to buy some flowers? I'll cut you a deal. Only 10 francs for this assortment of chrysanthemums and monk's hoods. 10 francs for a flower, that's a little steep. Steep, monsieur, I challenge you to find cheaper flowers in January. Alright, I'll take some. They can brighten up the office. Thank you very much, monsieur. Here you go. I don't claim to be a flower expert or anything, but chrysanthemums and monk's hood are a weird choice. I suppose it is a bit strange, isn't it? The other flower sellers stick to popular dough flowers like tulips and roses. But I like these particular flowers because they are rebellious. I'm sorry, the flowers are rebellious? They stuck it out and managed to bloom in the middle of January. The flowers fought nature. They overcame insurmountable odds. It's quite an amazing thing to see. I think I get it. You don't need to humor me. I'm rambling, aren't I? Not at all. This has been a pleasant discussion. Have a good day, mademoiselle. And you, messieurs. Okay. Did I mess up by not pressuring her? Looks like there's something at Madame Coinel, so let me go there. Have I Naruto Ren before? I'm sure at some point in my life I have, but I cannot for the life of me remember it. Jelix says I gotta go, it's pretty late here and I gotta get up early tomorrow. Well, have a good one. We'll let you know how your fox friend does. This game has been really funny and the fox was great. Well, definitely check out the VOD to finish things off. I'm not here to drink, Sparrowson, or mope for that matter. Taverns are a fantastic hub of information. If we wish to get to learn more about Prince Juan, then this would be the ideal place to start asking questions. That's pretty good thinking. Are you two back? You feeling better, Falcon? Much better. Thank you for asking, Madame Coinel. That's great to hear, Han. Will it be the usual? No, I'm back to investigative work today, so I've got to keep sharp. We wanted to know if you've seen Prince of Spain around here recently. A Prince of Spain? I don't know if you noticed, Han, but this isn't exactly the classiest pub in Paris. I'm lucky to serve the occasional bourgeois. You can forget about seeing a member of royalty. That's a pity. Maybe I should ask some of your patrons. Feel free. The old regulars, Rufus and Pal, they're playing cards in the attic, same as always. But we get all sorts of colorful characters in the drinking room. I bet if you rattled enough cages, you'd find someone who knows whatever it is you want to know. Thank you, madame. Let's see where to start. I guess we would go to the drinking room then. So there I was, in the grasslands, 10 kilometers downriver, rifle in hand. I've been pursuing this set of footprints for an hour. I was getting closer and closer. I could almost smell the beast. Then I spotted it. It was a boar. A big, stupid boar, completely oblivious to my existence. I readied my gun, took careful aim, and then BAM! You shot it? No, it was the most peculiar thing. The boar slumped over dead right before I could take the shot. Sounds like one of them heart attacks. Me nan went the same way. That's what I thought. But when I went to take a closer look, I noticed the boar was throttling at the mouth. Whoa, it was rabid? Possibly. But I don't think so. I remembered reading somewhere about throttling about the mouth being a symptom of poisoning. Needless to say, I left the dead animal alone. Good call. Who wants to deal with tainted meat? Excuse me, monsieur. Yes, can I help you? You say that the beast you were tracking might have died from poisoning. Could you give us some further details? Further details? I'm not much of a poison expert, I'm afraid. Well, what do you think caused it? I would guess that it ate something bad. I saw some poisonous prints around. Wolfsbane, I think they call it. But really, I have no idea. I'm a hunter, not a vet. Excuse me. Excuse me, monsieur. What is it? I don't suppose you've seen Juan Carrillo around here. He's Spanish royalty? Foxy fellow, swanky hat, calls everyone senor. That doesn't sound familiar. Do you recall seeing anyone like that, Piero? Ain't got a clue. Sorry, messieurs. You're barking up the wrong tree. What can you tell us about the Spanish royal family? Do we look like walking encyclopedias or something? I'm afraid my compadre has a point. If you want to talk about hunting, then I'm your man. But Spanish royalty? That sounds like a question to be answered at the library, monsieur, not a tavern. A library? Maybe you're right. Sorry for bothering you, monsieur. Let's give him some peace. I hope the card room has blackjack. That'd be funny. What I'm wondering is if one of the flowers that she sold got something, like, on the rose, and, like, this is all just an accident. Might as well check out the card room. Come on, pal. Just one more game of Jacques Noir. Absolutely not. My walls hurt enough as it is. Please, I'll even let you deal this time. The answer is no, Rufus. I'm skint. If you want to play cards, you'll have to ask someone else. Fine, I'll ask that big fella. Excuse me, monsieur. Yes, you, monsieur. Would you care to play some Jacques Noir? I don't know what that is. It's blackjack. I know. I know. Absolutely. Very well then. Do you know how to play? Yeah, I do. Don't get cocky, Falcon. Very good. I shall be dealer. We'll bet 5 francs per game. Here we go. Ruh-roh. Go for 21. Your turn. I'm sorry, is that an ace? Is this not doing the rule where aces are both 1 and 11? This isn't good. I have to hit at 14. I don't like hitting at 14. Yeah. Unlucky, monsieur. Most unfortunate. Shall we have another round? How much money do I have? Yeah, I'll do one more. Yeah, but standing on 14 is terrible. Damn it. The odds are in your favor to hit at 14. Alright, I'm out. I hit 14 twice. That's... mm-mm. I think it's time to go to the Louvre. Not a gambler, I see. I am actually really good at blackjack. However, I don't tend to give in to the gambler's fallacy. You go in with an expectation of what you're going to lose. And you accept that loss. I was willing to lose twice. That's how you successfully stay out of the hole. Falcon and Sparrowson make their way to the Place du Carrousel, the courtyard just north of the Louvre's Grand Gallery. That's the Arc de Triomphe over there. I swear it's smaller than how I remember it. The big arc is up the road. Why are there 2? Because when a man like Napoleon invades half of Europe, he gets to build as many triumphal arches as he damn well pleases. Well, I never expected to see you here, JJ. That arrogant voice. Good day, Severin. Let's be civil, JJ. Why don't you introduce me to your new assistant? Fine. Severin, this is Sparrowson, my assistant. Sparrowson, this is Severin Cocorico, the most pompous prosecutor in Paris. Oh, are you 2 old school friends or something? More like arch rivals. Please, JJ, I think arch rival implies some sort of competition. As I recall, we've met in court on 5 occasions, and on 5 occasions did you get humiliated terribly. I'm amazed a failing bird brain like you is still able to get clients. Actually, Severin, business has never been better. I'll have you know that I'm currently being employed by the Prince of Spain, no less. The Prince of Spain? Juan Querido? Well, well, this is quite an amusing coincidence. Don't tell me. Correct, I am the prosecutor for the very case. It is a pity that the Spanish prince will indubitably hang, but I suppose that's what he gets for hiring a bird brain to represent him. Don't call me bird brain, you're the only bird brain here, Severin. Disc, one always speaks badly when one has nothing to say, Voltaire. But you just spoke badly first. Oh, he's giving you the verbal smackdown. Quick, Falcon, make a witty retort. Huh, oh yeah, I'm proffering your clue. I don't agree with what you say. A witty saying proves nothing. A witty saying proves nothing. Voltaire. Oh! Very good, JJ. A worthy riposte. But enough talk. If you, messieurs, would excuse me, I have a case to prepare for. JJ, Sparrowson, I'll see you two in court. Ugh, I can't stand that guy. He did seem a bit of a cockerel. But is it true what he said? You know, that he trounced you in court 5 times? I can't deny it. Severin has a reputation as a ruthlessly thorough prosecutor. Mountains of evidence, surprise witnesses. It's no wonder he's always manages to one-up me. But this time will be different, right? I hope so. I know so. For you see, I stole this annotated map of the Louvre out of the Cocorico's pocket when he was busily ratting off Voltaire quotes. Sparrowson, that's pretty impressive, actually. I swear you were standing 3 meters away the whole time. You tollbirds are so busy with your heads in the clouds that you don't ever notice us small folk running around your feet. Pinching Cocorico's pockets was like taking candy from a very tall baby. Let's take a closer look. I see. This map shows the entire Louvre's area. Everything from Thiers to the Rue de Louvre. Most convenient. We're currently standing in the Place des Carousels. And those pendant arrows seem to show the route we've taken by the king's entourage, which means that the king first went here through the Salle du Tibre, and then here into the Grand Galerie, where the murder occurred. Didn't Prince Juan say that he spent the morning in the Tuileries gardens? That's right, so that means Prince Juan approached the Louvre from the west side, somewhere over here. Sounds like we have a lot of places to visit. Where should we go first? I don't know. Sparrowson is just like me for real, says Doug. John says, I feel like a peregrine falcon would have a higher brain power than a chicken. I agree. I do agree with that. I mean, we're going to be able to go pretty much everywhere, right? I say we follow the fox's footsteps and go to the Tuileries, and just check that out first. Might as well. I don't know if it matters the order. Our feather-headed friends wander through the immaculately maintained Tuileries garden. Nothing seems out of the ordinary until they spot a familiar face picking up litter by a tree line. Hey, Falcon, doesn't that groundskeeper over there look familiar? Yeah. Now that I'm looking at him, he does look a lot like the photographer. What's his name? Robinio? Did someone call me? Oh, it's you. The lawyers who don't appreciate a masterful photograph when they see it. It's good to see that you gave up on your artsy dreams to pursue the more grounded career of groundskeeping. I'm not doing this willingly. I was given community service for committing perjury. Can you believe that? They gave me, an esteemed photographer, community service. Me! Yeah, I can believe that. Perjury is somewhat serious. You should be thankful that you got off without jail time. You sound just like that self-righteous Judge Maxime. So did you want to ask me something, or are you two here to gob? Personally, I'm just gobbing. Actually, I do have a questions if you don't mind, Monsieur Robinio. How's that groundskeeping go? Please tell me I get to ask that after the important question. No, you know what? I'm gonna ask him about the groundskeeping. I'm gonna be a jerk. How's that groundskeeping going? Terrible. Tourists are pigs, sometimes literally. Look at all this rubbish I found. Beer bottles, tin cans, apple cores. And look what I picked up at this west entrance. A book page. A whole book. I can understand, but a single page? What kind of blithering moron loses just one page? Wait a moment. May I take a closer look at that, monsieur? Don Quixote? That's just a page from Don Quixote. May I take it off your hands, monsieur? Sure. What's it worth to you? What's it worth? It's trash. It's literally worthless. Then I suppose I'll be destroying it as per my duties. Alright. I suppose you deserve a little compensation for your trouble. How about you give me the page and... I'll pay you 5 francs. Easy money, right? 10. 6. 10. 8. 10. Well, Falcon, you suck at bartering. Alright, fine. 10 it is. Take my damn money. Page 40 of... El ingenioso hidalgo Don Quixote de la Mancha has been added to your evidence folder. Did you want to ask something else? Have you met a Prince Juan? Take care, Doug. Thanks for stopping by. We're gonna be wrapping up in about a half hour anyway, more or less. Hopefully we'll finish this case, and then that'll be a good time to wrap up. I don't suppose you bumped into a Spanish fox who goes by the name of Prince Juan, have you? Spanish fox? No, I've never met anyone like that. If this is about the assassination attempt on the king, then you're asking the wrong person. I only started working here today. I see. Was there anything else you wanted? That's all. We'll let you get back to your work. Alright, where should we head next? Where should we head next? Sure. So this is the Salle du Tibre. If I understand Cocarico's notes correctly, this is the room the king and his entourage stopped in before heading to the Grand Gallery. This room doesn't seem to be very popular. I don't see anybody around to interrogate. Interview. Right, interview. Well, since it's quiet, maybe we should take the opportunity to do some snooping. What would be the point? Surely all the interesting evidence would be in the Grand Gallery, where the murder took place. Think about it, Falcon. The police have already gone over the Grand Gallery with a fine-tooth comb. But I bet that numbskull Inspector Valerti didn't even think to check this room for clues. There might be a murder weapon just under our beaks. Your logic seems a little questionable, but it couldn't hurt to have a look, I suppose. This is some sort of ceremonial container. It's beautifully crafted, but what did it contain? Maybe it's an arcane wine cabinet. Don't be so ignorant, Falcon. This is sacred Mesopotamian artifact gifted to Emperor Hadrian for his victory at Euphrates in 123 AD. Stop making stuff up. You and I both know nothing about Mesopotamia. Alright, you got me. This could be a hippo's chamber pot for all I know. I see a cabinet full of engraved plates, mostly bronze. How much do you think they're worth? I don't know. 300 francs apiece at least. What? Are you serious? I'm in the wrong profession. I don't think archaeology works as a get-rich-quick scheme, Sparrowson. Who said anything about archaeology? I'm gonna become a museum robber. Oh, well, that's one way to get rich quick. I'm not sure what this is. Some sort of stand or podium, maybe? It's just a decorative piece? Also, take care, John. Have a good one. The Roman doorstop. Roman doors were enormous marble slabs, so the doorstops had to be similarly large. I don't think that's right. My uncle's a Roman historian, trust me. A shiny copper urn. I guess it was used for carrying water or for cremated remains. Probably not both at the same time. Smells good. Why does it smell good? Why would an urn smell good? That sounds suspicious. Don't sniff the exhibit, Sparrow said. No, really, this urn smells amazing. It's almost chocolatey. You poor thing, you're hallucinating from hunger. Would you like to stop by a bakery on our way back to the office? Don't patronize me, Falcon. Ah, my nose never lies. I'm telling you, there's something in here. I can feel it. Now you're touching the exhibit. That's definitely a no-no. See, look what I found in the urn. Put that down, Sparrowson. It's someone's old rubbish. No, look, it's a chocolate wrapper. Judging by the smell, the chocolate was bitter and dark, 70, perhaps 80% cacao, Belgian in origin. The level of wrapper crumbling and firmness of the chocolate residue indicate that this was discarded just a few days ago. Yes, I am certain. The chocolate contained in this wrapper was undoubtedly consumed on the 7th of January, the day of the murder. Mon Dieu, Sparrowson, did you saw that from smelling the wrapper? Imagine what I could work out if I tasted it. That won't be necessary. Sparrowson, if you could apply this level of critical thinking to areas outside food, you would be the world's greatest detective. If only all evidence were edible. So do you have any idea which shop this chocolate was purchased from? That might help us track down the person who consumed it. No, there's no possible way we could know that. I suppose we'll just have to visit every confectioneer in town and sample every bit of merchandise for a comparison. What a chore. Interesting, because I can see Lender Hagelsack's Chocolate Emporium written on the wrapper. Well, you can't blame a bird for trying. Chocolate wrapper's been added to your evidence folder. These columns have been designed to look Roman. I think the style is Ionic. It's not Ionic, Falcon. It's Iony. Iony is when a character says something, but the reader knows it means something completely different. That's not... Never mind. A supporting column. It's holding the roof up. If the column were truly supportive, it wouldn't hold the roof up. It would encourage the roof to get it to its location on time. Well played. Well played. I think that's everything. We got the chocolate wrapper, which was more than I expected. I guess next we check the gallery. Here we are, the Grand Gallery, the murder room. I believe the murder occurred right under the new painting. I see hundreds of paintings. Which one's the new one? I haven't the foggiest. We'll have to ask someone. Please don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me. Excuse me, Monsieur. You look like you know your Mona Lisa's from your last suppers. Don't want any attention. Maybe he isn't talking to me. Nope, he's definitely talking to me. Keep it together, Eric. Oh, hi. Would you happen to know which painting was unveiled on the 7th of January, the one the king came to visit? Oh yeah, I can help you with that. It's the piece right behind you. Oh, I see. It's a painting of the king himself. That's one noble-looking penguin. The king's a penguin. Is it because Napoleon was an emperor penguin? What do you think? What do I think? Well, I'm no art critic, but... What do we say? What do we want to say about the painting? Is it bad I want to say I don't care for it? I don't care for it. Above all else, art must be strived to be honest. When I look at this piece, I don't see an honest depiction of our king. All I see is a depiction of the man the king wishes he could be. That's an artistic travesty. You read all that social commentary from one painting? That's a pretty impressive considering it's just a penguin in a fancy outfit. I'm getting the impression that you messieurs aren't regulars at art galleries. No, we're right pair of Philistines. Speak for yourself, Falcon. I've never been to the Middle East. Wow. Then I'm guessing you're here to investigate the king's assassination attempt. That's right. We were actually hoping we could ask you a couple of questions about what you saw. I wasn't even mad at you when the murder took place. I didn't see anything. But, I have a friend who might be able to help you out. What's this? R&M Associates, the home of Renard Volpe, private investigator. Thank you, but I don't normally deal with these gray area of the law types. No, please give the guy a chance. He helped me out of a bind before. I'm sure he can do the same for you. I'm not making any promises, but I'll keep hold of the card. We appreciate the help in any case. It's no trouble. R&M business card has been added to your evidence folder. Thank you for your time, Masugo. Is there anything else we can do here? Well, ideally, we would turn the whole grand gallery upside down and hunt for our evidence, but that's not possible with so many people around. We should probably just move to another room. Well, that should be everything. We've been everywhere. Are we done here? I think so. Where to next? We're on our last day, aren't we? Or how many days do we have? We had 6 days and we started on the 10th, right? Or the 11th. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we got only... We're kind of running out of days. We've been to the Louvre. There's nothing else to do at the Louvre. I honestly don't see why going back to the bar would be useful. Except to lose our money. So that's the Chocolate Emporium or the Biblioteca. We've been getting a lot of literary evidence, and I feel like who bought the chocolate seems less important than finding out the connection to Don Quixote. I'm gonna go for the library. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the library. Here for a little light reading, are we? Not quite, Sparrowson. I'm following the hunting beagle's advice. Don't eat poisoned pork? The other piece of advice, that if we want to learn about a member of royalty, then we should head to the library. Oh, that makes sense. Say, Falcone, I've been meaning to ask you, since we're in a library and all, are you a classic literature fan or do you prefer more modern works? Why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos? I like modern novels. Have you read The Three Musketeers yet? It has a heaps of romance, intrigue, and action. You would love it, Sparrowson. Don't patronize me, Falcone. Of course I've read Three Musketeers. Despite its contrived narrative turns, I enjoyed the novel's scathing critique of our current socio-political climate. Well, it's quite an insightful review. Wait a minute. You just memorized that single sentence to sound well read, didn't you? Maybe. What was classic literature in the 1800s? Greco-Roman stuff, translated probably from Latin into French, Spanish, and English. Would you, messieurs, mind lowering your voices? I can hear you squawking from the other side of the building. I'm sorry. Is that a donkey? Or a horse? Or a mule? In which case, I have many questions about the horses. My apologies, monsieur. We'll keep it down. Wait, you're a librarian, aren't you? An astute observation, yes, monsieur. The only quiet person in the library, and most assuredly the librarian. Well, now that we have your attention, my friend wants to ask you something. I do? Oh, right, I do. What can you tell us about Don Quixote? I borrowed this book from a friend. What can you tell us about it? Don Quixote de la Mancha. It's a classic. Everyone's read it. Yeah, everybody. But for those of us who haven't, I'm not going to sit here and summarize a great work of literature for two imbeciles who are too lazy to read. Nor would I expect you to, monsieur. But what can you tell us about the physical book itself? This particular book didn't come from any library, if that's what you're asking. See, there's no library stamp or card. I assume it was acquired from a bookshop, a French bookshop, if the French translation and publishing information wasn't a giveaway. I see, thank you. Do you have any questions, or can I get back to work? What can you tell us about the Spanish monarchy? You seem like a scholarly, well-read individual. I'm sure you're up to date on geopolitical news and the like. I don't need your praise. Spit out whatever imbecilic question is in the back of your throat. Oh, well, we understand that the Spanish throne is currently under dispute. Can you give us a brief rundown of who the contenders are? What a trivial question. Even an elementary school child can name the immediate heirs to every throne in Europe. Yeah, but for the sake of the children who slept through that class, can you refresh our memories? Very well, pay attention, because I'm not repeating myself. The current reigning monarch of Spain is Queen Regent Isabella II, of the House of Bourbon, daughter of King Ferdinand VII. Upon her death, the crown would likely fall to her husband, King Consort Francis, Duke of Cadiz. Although it is certainly possible that an immediate family member could stake a claim. However, the Queen's position is currently being disputed by Carlists, headed by the Count of Montemolin. I hope that answers your question. Did you catch all that, Sparrowson? Not a word. Monsieur, we're actually interested in Prince Juan Querido of Spain. I don't think I've heard that name in your explanation. A prince. Juan Querido. Is that what you said? Monsieur, I think you've been misinformed. There's no current Prince of Spain, and I'm not even sure Querido is a real name. It's certainly no line of Spanish monarchy. How strange. What does this mean, Falcon? Well, one thing is for sure, our client's not the Prince of Spain. Maybe he's a delusional lunatic, or perhaps he's involving us in some sort of con. We don't have long before the trial, but it may be in our interest to confront Prince Juan directly to get some answers. Alright. Are you two quite done chit-chatting? Yeah. Huh. That's... Occasionally, special cinematic scenes marked by an exclamation mark will pop up on the map screen. These cinematic scenes are only available for one day before disappearing, but they take no time to visit. Their viewing is entirely optional. I will definitely view it. Storm is brewing, my brother. Word of the royal assassination attempt has spread. The proletariats grow confident. The bourgeois are cowering. It won't be long before we have rioting. And then, a revolution. I mean, whoa! You can't just spring me with a good time like that. Where should we go? I think we should go confront the prince. You again. Visiting hours are over. Come back later. I have no time for your quibbling, monsieur. Stand aside. You can't talk to me like that. I most certainly can. We have reasons to believe that you're housing a suspect under false pretense. It's a direct violation of Statutes 204B and 488C of the French Criminal Code of Justice. Failure to comply with our request may result in you, yes you, monsieur, being held directly responsible for any consequential legal action. Alright. No need to break out the legalese on me. I'll go open the cell. Oh, wow, Falcon. Did you memorize those criminal codes? Memorize. Come on, Sparrowson. Learn how to bluff. Ah, Senor Falcon. It is good to see you again. You have some good news about my case, I hope. I think politely confronting him would be a good idea. Listen, Juan, in order to maximize our chance of successful trial, I need to know every bit of information. I can't work with half-truths. If you tell me one thing and the prosecution's evidence tells me another, then we're both in trouble. I'm afraid I don't quite follow, senor. Do you want me to spell it out? I know that you're not the Prince of Spain. I know that your name is not Juan Querido. Where is this coming from? I assure you, senor, that I am who I claim to be. If you want your trial to be a farce, then you don't need my help. Come, Sparrowson, we're leaving. Wait. Calm yourself, Monsieur Falcon. I'll reveal all. Did you just say, Monsieur? What happened to your Spanish accent? Your suspicions are well placed. Juan Querido is not my real name. I am not a Spanish prince. That was just a persona I concocted for the purposes of getting arrested. Why would you want to get arrested? You're putting me in a difficult position, Monsieur. If I tell you the full story, I'll be putting someone else in danger. How about this? I'll tell you a story. I like stories. There was a girl, a mademoiselle, who was in a great deal of debt. Everyone has debt these days, monsieur. Indeed, but this particular mademoiselle was indebted to a very powerful man, and that man wished to collect. The mademoiselle had no means of paying, so the man offered her a deal. Murder this man, and I will forget what you are owed. Refuse, and I will reap what I am owed from your parents. With no alternative options, the mademoiselle accepted. But another man, a gallant knight with foolish, archaic notions of chivalry, heard the mademoiselle's story. The knight knew that murder was inevitable, but he saw a way to take the fall in the mademoiselle's place. Do you understand what I'm saying, monsieur? I understand. To be honest, it wasn't the subtlest of allegories. Storytelling was never my strong suit. But I'm glad that you're seeing things from my perspective. Hopefully that sheds some light on the situation. If I may ask, monsieur, why did you just not go to the police with the information that you had? The police are not always an option. What is a man to do when the justice system itself is the problem? I'll let you know when I figure it out, monsieur. Well then, perhaps we should talk about something else in the meantime. What's your real name? What's in a name? It's just an empty label, a vapid reflection of who we really are. Today I'm Juan Querido, the Prince of Spain. Tomorrow I may be Bruno Raya, a pauper living under a bridge of the Seine. But that doesn't change who I am or what I do. That really doesn't answer my question. No, I suppose it didn't. You're a spot bird, Monsieur Falcon. I suspect that you already know my real name. You're Renard Volpes, private investigator. Very astute. And you are Monsieur Falcon, private defense attorney. But that wasn't always your name, was it, Monsieur Falcon? Just like me, you know how to adopt a new persona on a whim. You changed your name, Falcon. I didn't know that. This isn't about me. Juan, Renard, Monsieur. We're trying to uncover the truth here, of course. So what truth are you trying to attempt to uncover, Monsieur Falcon? I don't have any more questions for you, Juan. I think we've learned all we can for now. Really, I don't feel like we've learned that much. Oh, Monsieur Falcon, before I forget. Could you find Melcy and ask him whether the birds have successfully flown south for the winter? Whether the birds have flown south? What is that, some sort of code? Something like that, but rest assured, Monsieur, that does not directly pertain to the case. Well, if we have time, I'll be sure to let Melcy know. Let's make a move, Sparrowson. Trial day's approaching. Right. I think we head to find Mousy then. Right? Ooh, customers. Hello, is this the office of Bernard Volpes? It's you two. Mousy? What are you doing here? This is where I work. You see, R&M, Renard and Mousy. Monsieur Renard Volpe and I carry out all sorts of investigations together. Although, to be completely honest, it's normally Monsieur Volpe who chooses which cases to take on. Mousy, we have a message from you. It's from Prince Juan himself. He wants to know if the birds have flown south for the winter, whatever that means. Oh, yes, the birds have migrated successfully. But if Prince Juan told you that, then that must mean he trusts you. He must want you to take these. Go on, take them. These are used train ticket stubs. It looks like 2 people took a railway trip to Vienna. What exactly is the point of this, Mousy? Okay, so the flower girl had to poison somebody and she just took a trip and got the heck out of there. So he took the fall, got arrested, and now we have to prove his innocence, because the person who actually committed the crime has done left. Prince Juan said that they would help with the trial. See the names. Courtier Signe, Nicole Signe. I recognize the surname, but I don't know who these people are. Neither do I, really. Prince Juan told me to book the train tickets for these people and then to make sure they got the train. And so that's what I did. Strange. I'm not sure exactly how these stubs are supposed to help with the trial, but I'll keep hold of them just in case. Yeah, I think we have everything we need. Let's head to the court. Alright, so we'll do the trial, and then we'll wrap up the stream after the trial. Once again, Falcon and Sparrowson find themselves waiting outside the doors of the Tribunal de Gran Instance. Are you feeling nervous, Falcon? Nope. Actually, I think we might have a handle on this case. All the pieces are coming together nicely. Awesome. Let's demolish that pompous prosecutor with walls of evidence. Senor Falcon, I trust everything is in order. Absolutely. I have every intention of bringing the truth to light in this trial. Ah, such confidence. That's magnificent to see. And bringing the truth to light, you say. An admirable goal. No more jousting at imaginary giants. All of you, cease your yammering. The door's open, and here we go. Buena suerte, Senor Falcon. We will. Are we ready? We're ready. Let's do this. JJ. Severin. Nervous? Why would I be nervous? I'm not nervous. I'm as calm as a cuckoo. You're the nervous one. The whole courtroom's nervous. Whoa, cool your feathers, Falcon. Terrible. You can't even maintain a stoic facade. I thought this trial would be a perfect opportunity for you to redeem your previous embarrassments, but if this is how you act before the trial even started, why, you pompous-tailed posture perfect. Judge Romulus, the wolf. Order, let's all settle down. Court is now in session. Falcon, what is it? Is it me or does the primary judge look hairier today? It's a different judge to the one who resided over Dom Catterline's trial, you doofus. Oh, still a little strange, isn't it? A little, I suppose. Excuse me, Your Honor. I was under the impression that Judge Maxine would be residing over the case. Where is he? Judge Maxine has gone on temporary sick leave due to a terrible accident with a flight of stairs. But rest assured, assures prosecutor, defense, and members of the jury that I am more than qualified to fill his shoes. Without further ado, let's get this show underway. This is the trial of Prince Juan Carrido, who stands accused of murdering Major Hal and of conspiring to murder the king himself. Roll call. Defense is present and ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Good, very good. I expect this to be a nice, speedy trial. I don't want to see this dragged out by technicalities and bureaucracy. Well said, Your Honor. I expect that once the court sees the overwhelming evidence, this trial will be over in 5 minutes. I hope it's over in 5 minutes. That's how long the stream has. He's just messing with your head, Falcon. Keep it together. So we're all on the same page. Excellent, prosecutor. Please call your first witness to the stand. Very well. I call the police officer who investigated the crime scene. I call upon Inspector Just Volerti. Step up to the stand, Inspector, and recite the oath. I swear to speak without hatred and fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Please recite your name and occupation for the court record. My name is Inspector Just Volerti. I am a servant to the law, a scourge to the gutter rats. That'll do, Inspector. We've all heard your monologue before. Whoa, Cocorico really is going for speed record, isn't he? Now, can you tell us what you witnessed on the morning of the 7th of January? Of course. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I was called to the Louvre's Grand Gallery by one of the King's Royal Guards. Let's see. Did he just say o'clock? There I saw Prince Juan, King Louis Philippe, the corpse of Major Hal, the rose in hand, and around 24 citizens. The citizens and the king himself all attest to seeing Major Hal taking the rose from Prince Juan's hand and then promptly dropping dead. And what did the morgue uncover upon examination of the corpse? The coroner determined with absolute certainty that Major Hal died of poisoning. Aside from a prick on the finger, there was no sign of external harm to Major Hal's body. Therefore, the poisoned rose must have been the cause of death. Putting the pieces together, does that seem implicative of the prince? I have no further questions. Damn, I was hoping that the coroner's report would determine that the guy died from a freak heart attack or something. That would make for a particularly speedy trial, wouldn't it? But no, we aren't so lucky. Something else must be amiss in the old bird's testimony. Right, I'll tear it apart. Your Honor, I wish to cross-examine the witness. Falcone, wasn't it? Don't waste the court's time. A high-ranking police officer would never lie on the witness stand. I'm sorry. That would never happen. It wouldn't accuse the inspector of lying. I just want to make sure that every base is properly covered. This sounds like pointless nitpicking to me, but I'll allow it for now. Go on, Falcone. Do your cross-examination. Select a statement to question. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I was called to the Louvre's Grand Gallery by a royal guard. There I saw Prince Juan, King, and 24 citizens. I'm going to question the poisoning and use the chocolate wrapper. Inspector, you say the coroner determined with certainty that Major Hal was killed by poison. Correct. He stated the signs and symptoms were textbook. There is no possibility that his death was natural. What kind of poison? How was he poisoned? This game is on point. I think I should ask how he was poisoned. I think the type of poisons is something I don't have enough evidence to point to. But they're going to say he was poisoned by the rose, and I'm going to argue that he could have been poisoned by the chocolate. Because oh my goodness, because dogs are not able to eat chocolate. That's got to be the line of evidence they want me to go off of. Am I wrong? Does that make sense? How exactly was Major Hal poisoned? What was the delivery mechanism? The theobromine is toxic to dogs. Exactly! What was the delivery mechanism? His finger was pricked by the poison rose. He even commented out loud about it seconds before dying. All 22 citizens who witnessed the murder attested to seeing and hearing this. Is there any possibility that he was poisoned by something else? What an absurd thing to say, JJ. You just heard that 22 people saw the victim prick his finger and die. What are you suggesting? That the pricked finger had no relation to the poisoning? That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't doubt Major Hal was poisoned, but I do doubt that the rose was the cause. Unbelievable. Only a total buffoon could fail to draw the blatant link here. JJ is attempting to sit here and lecture you on the basics of cause and effect. I'll end this discussion painlessly. Inspector, please tell the defense that you found traces of poison on the thorns of the rose itself. That should alleviate all doubt that the rose was in fact the poison delivery mechanism. Actually, I can't tell him that. Boom. I dread to ask, but why not? We didn't check the rose for traces of poison. It just seemed obvious that the rose caused the poisoning given the timing of the incident. Well, then now would be a good time to make a test. Here's a marvelous thought. We prick the finger of the defendant with the rose. And if there's no poison on the rose, then Prince Juan lives and he's free to go. If the rose is poisoned, then the prince dies, but that's okay because the punishment would be just and fitting of the crime. A marvelous suggestion. What is this, a witch trial? This isn't America's. Shots fired. That's not how we do things here. Calm your feathers, JJ. It was clearly a joke. There are far more humane ways for testing for poison, but I'm sure this inspector will perform his duty with due diligence. Actually, we won't be able to test the rose for poison at all. Why is that? Given the dangerous nature of the flower, it was destroyed by the police force. We burned it to ashes. Such unprofessionalism. If we have no way of knowing whether the rose was poisoned, then this whole trial ought to be called into question. Nice try, JJ. But through the process of reasoning by elimination, we can still deduce with absolute certainty that the rose was poisoned. In other words, there was nothing else at the crime scene that could have caused the poisoning. Wrong! There was something else at the crime scene that could have contained poison. Something the investigative police blindly overlooked. Look at this! What am I supposed to be looking at? It's the paper wrapper to a piece of chocolate. It was found at the Louvre. There's, Salé d'Octubre to be precise, and we can date its consumption to the date of the incident. You're not suggesting that Major Hal ate a piece of poisoned chocolate moments before he died? I most certainly am. You gained a little favor with the jury. Well done! I did it! Did you see this wrapper at the crime scene for yourself, Inspector? The police force does not have the time or resources to troll every piece of trash at the crime scene, I'm afraid. In other words, you overlooked it. That's astounding unprofessionalism. The prosecution's right to be disgusted. What a disgraceful display, Inspector. I offer my apologies, Your Honor. I don't want your apologies. I want you to do your damn job properly. Get off the witness podium before I kick you off myself. As you wish, I'll take my leave. Until next time, messieurs. So let me get this straight. This chocolate wrapper was found at the crime scene? Correct. And you have reason to believe it was consumed on the day of the incident? I do. I have an expert food tasting witness who is willing to testify if need be. You have a foodie witness? I don't recall anyone like that. Who on earth are you talking about, Falcon? Oh, I see. But do you know for certain that Major Hal consumed this chocolate? Well, that's a fact we're still investigating. I see. And you have evidence that this chocolate was in fact poisoned? Again, that's something that may require a little more time to definitively prove. So then in actuality, you do not have evidence that Major Hal consumed some poisoned chocolate. Instead, you have a solitary piece of rubbish that you plug straight out of the gutter. That's weak even for you, JJ. Let's move things along. I also have another witness I'd like to summon. He is a man who claims to have an excellent view of people going in and out of the Louvre at all times of the incident. I call upon Monsieur Toussaint Kingsley. Could the witness please approach the stand and recite the oath? Hello, hello, hello! Hello! Oh, right. The oath. I swear to speak without hatred and without fear and tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Please state your full name and occupation for the court record. My name is Toussaint Kingsley, and I'm a person who fishes. Ew! Do you know this Toussaint Kingsley, fellow fisher person? Person who fishes, so you're a fisherman? Oh, is that how it is? I thought the French justice system was better than this. I beg your pardon? Here comes Toussaint Kingsley, the kingfisher. Clearly he must be a fisherman, because didn't you all hear, all kingfishers are fishermen? Well, you're clearly carrying a fishing rod. And can not carry a fishing rod, reel and bait without being branded a fisherman. Look, the prosecutor's carrying a riding crop. Clearly he must be a horse jockey. Oh, for pity's sake, fine. Can we list your occupation as person who fishes and not fisherman? Thank you. Actually, why do you carry a riding crop, Severin? I've never seen you ride a horse. I don't know, JJ. Why do you, a 30-something-year-old with no health problems, carry a cane? This is veering quite off course. Could the prosecution please get back to his questions? Of course, Your Honor. Monsieur Kingsley, is it true that you were nearby the Louvre at the time of the incident? Yes, I was sitting upon a railing at Pont des Arts. That's the new bridge that the stones throw away from the Louvre south entrance, correct? That's right. And what were you doing at the time of the incident? I was fishing. Kingfishers, am I right, Falcon? So, would you have plenty of opportunity to see people who entered and exited the palace? Can you tell us what you saw? Who you saw? Well, the Louvre's a busy place. Naturally, I saw a lot of people. But at 9 a.m., I saw the king, Louis Philippe himself, enter the building. He was surrounded by his entourage, of course. Then around 9:30, I saw his shifty-looking fox lurking around the entrance. Your Honor, I object to the witness's use of the term shifty-looking. It's vague and biased description. No, really, he looks super shifty. I saw him rubbing his paws and cackling gleefully. Then I saw him take out a rose and carefully rub the stem. Rub the stem of a rose, you say? As if he were applying something to the flower, perhaps. Well, monsieur, I really shouldn't speculate. Of course, it was wrong of me to ask such a leading question. But yeah, it definitely looked like he was pulling some sort of powder on the stem. Wow, even I wasn't expecting such a bold admission. Members of the court, it sounds like what we have here is direct witnessing of the defendant readying the murder weapon. The defense claims that the rose was never poisoned, and yet here we have a man who saw the poison with his own eyes. I smell perjury. You do? No question. He saw a shifty-looking criminal readying poison and cackling near the scene of the crime. That's not believable at all. I think you might be right. I wonder if I have evidence that calls Toussaint's story into doubt. Your Honor, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. Really, this is nonsense again. You just heard the witness directly describe your client's readying poison on a rose. What is there to question? I'm just trying to uncover the truth, Your Honor. Ugh, fine. Do your thing. Go on, Falcon. Go make a fool of yourself. I don't know what I have. Think. Thinking. What do I have here? The king and his entourage were there. We know that. Shifty-looking fox, I'm not going to get anything from. Powder, I know nothing about. I guess I gotta go with the location. No? Like, I don't know what else I have. Monsieur Kingsley, can you say that you were saying you were sitting upon the railings of the Pont des Arts the morning of the incident? Yep. What entrances can you see from that bridge? You had a good view of the Louvre south entrance, didn't you? Yep, the Pont des Arts is a great vantage point for seeing the Grand Gallery south side. What about the other entrances? Yeah, that doesn't make sense because he was in the garden and everything else first. You mean like if you were entering from Tuileries garden of the palace or the Place de Carrousel? No, I couldn't possibly see those areas from the bridge, which makes no sense. That isn't relevant. Monsieur Kingsley witnessed Prince Juan entering the south entrance with flower in hand, and that's what counts. But what if Prince Juan used another entrance? What if he approached the Louvre from... Oh crap, I forgot which one. What do I have evidence for? I only have the... I don't have any evidence from the carousel. I have the piece of paper from Don Quixote at the West. right? So, if I go with that, then I can make the claim that he was in the garden and therefore wouldn't have gone through the south entrance, and there's doubt. That's a big what if. Do you have any evidence that Prince Juan entered the Louvre from the garden? As a matter of fact, yes I do. I have definitive proof that Prince Juan approached from the west, not the south. I know what I saw, monsieur. I'm doubtful too. Go on, Jada. Show us this definitive proof that Prince Juan entered from the Louvre from the Touré Gardens. A book page? Page 44 of Don Quixote, specifically it was found just outside the Louvre's west entrance. This proves nothing. I'm not done yet. Take a look at this. Don Quixote. This is the book Prince Juan has been reading in jail since his arrest. I believe he had it on his person for some time. And yes, page 44 is missing. That was the first thing I checked. You do realize what this means, don't you, Severin? The defendant was present in the Touré garden prior to entering the Louvre. This also means that in all likelihood, the defendant entered the Louvre from the west entrance, not the south. He could not possibly have been seen by Monsieur Kingsley from the Pont d'Or. I know what I saw, monsieur. A fine theory, Falcon. But maybe the defendant took the long way around. One can still travel from Tuileries to the Louvre south entrance by walking along the river. An extra 2 kilometers of walking just to enjoy the pre-murder scenery? Let's not say silly things, Cocarico. Okay, maybe the defendant deliberately left the page there to mislead the investigation. Now you're the one who's blindly speculating. It's not blind speculation, it's a viable hypothesis. You're fond of logic, aren't you, Cocarico? Well, let's talk about Occam's razor. When torn between 2 seemingly equal hypotheses, we must side with the one that imposes the fewest assumptions. Which of these theories takes fewer assumptions? 1, the page from Prince Juan's book fell out on his way to the Louvre south entrance, or 2, Prince Juan deliberately planted the page on the off chance that it would be discovered, then he took the long way around. How dare you? The nerve of you to lecture me on such basic philosophical concepts. I'll stop lecturing you when you stop making such basic mistakes. Monsieur Falcon, please calm yourself. What is the point of all this yammering? The ultimate point is that Toussaint's testimony is fabricated, made up, utter fiction. No, everything I've said is the truth. I suspect that the witness isn't even a fisherman. I'm not a fisherman. See? He admits it himself. That's not what I meant. You gained a little favor with the jury. Prosecutor, you have something that will put this arrogant falcon in his place, don't you? I must concede. You concede? On this point, at least. Falcon's evidence strongly suggests that the key component of Monsieur Kingsley's testimony is false. No. This doesn't mean that Prince Juan's innocent, of course. All Falcon has demonstrated is that this particular witness is unreliable. But I did see something, I really did. Alright, so maybe I didn't exactly see a shifting fox, I made up that part of the story. But I did see a swan lurking around the south entrance on the morning of the murder. A swan? You shut up, witness. Your word is mud at this point. How can we possibly trust anything you have to say? Your Honor, Judge Romulus, we're out of time. We're 10 minutes overdue to the start of Hare versus Tortoise trial. It's that late already? Curses. I was hoping we could have the case wrapped up in a single trial session. It's a shame, but ultimately inaccurate sentencing is always preferable to a speedy sentencing. Yes, alright, I don't need your moralizing. The court will resume this Friday, the 21st of January at 9 o'clock. Don't be late. Prosecutor, do your damn job. Get this stupid foxy conviction already. I will do my best to ensure that justice is served, Your Honor. A lot came up in that trial, huh? Yeah, no doubt about that. But something's bothering me. Why would that fisherman guy, Monsieur Kingsley, lie on the witness stand? Maybe he was coerced. Or bribed. That's just what I was thinking. Maybe the real murderer threatened the fisherman into making up a story about Prince Juan. Let's keep an open mind. Anything is possible at this stage. But to be perfectly honest, something else is bothering me about the trial. Judge Romulus, he's acting without a shred of professionalism. He's obviously more interested in securing a guilty verdict than he is in discovering the truth, but why? Maybe he has a vendetta against Spanish royalty. I'm not so sure. There must be something else at work here. Excuse me, Monsieur Falcon. Sorry to bother you, but this letter just arrived. I think it's for you. A letter for me? I wonder why it wasn't sent to my office. Have you been demoted to courier status, Rupert? Oh, hush, hush, Sparrowson. I don't need to be pitied by a first-year dropout. Oh, good comeback. So what did that letter say, Falcon? It's a threat. A threat made with cut-out newspaper letters. Whoa, I didn't know those things actually existed. Let me see. Falcon, stop your investigation or there will be consequences. Scary. There's no question that this letter originated from Major Howell's murderer. He or she must be aware that we are getting close to uncovering the truth. Sounds about right, but why would a person write with cut-out newspaper letters like this? Masking one's handwriting would be the most common reason, although I can't help but wonder why they would bother since we don't have any handwriting samples to compare it to. We're still going ahead with our investigation, though, right? Absolutely. Oh, yes. If a lawyer were deterred every time they received a threatening letter, they would never get any work done. Besides, with only 3 days before the next trial session, we can't afford to be worrying about petty things like this. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. All right, let's make those days count. All right, so I think this is a good place for us to call the stream, and we will continue the trial. He or she and be eraser strikes again. True. True. We cannot assume their gender. But I think this is a good place for us to wrap up. If I can figure out how to end the game properly, without that. We probably will go to the Chocolate Emporium next time, so I'm gonna click into that, because we have to find out who bought the chocolate, and we gotta find more information about that, because I don't know what else to go on, because there's nothing else at the Louvre that we need. And the bar is not an option, and I don't want to forget. So we'll go to the Chocolate Emporium. That's the only lead we have. Welcome to Lander Hagelisk's Chocolate Emporium, the finest Belgian chocolate shop in all of Petty. We'll save and quit here. And we'll continue next time with Aviary Attorney. I want to thank you all for stopping by and joining me this Sunday. Next Sunday, we'll probably conclude this game. I think there's only 4 cases. I think we'll get through case 3 and 4 next time. Excuse me for a moment. So with that said, thank you so much for watching. Everybody, I hope you will do all the YouTube algorithm things and be able to like, comment, subscribe, and all that. If you've enjoyed what you watched here today, do consider, joining my Patreon and helping out the channel. It goes a long way. Any donation you could provide, if you're in a financial place to do so, and only if you're in a financial place to do so, goes a long way to helping me continue to produce political videos during the weeks and these Sunday streams, as well as other things on the Discord. I want to thank you all for joining in the conversations, and yeah, I will see you all next Sunday. Look forward to videos this week, and I will talk to you all later. I'll give you your 5 minutes if you want to continue talking off at the end of the stream. I think that's everything we had to cover. So with that said, my name is Anarchist Terra. Thank you so much for watching.